My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
Here we are live at the NHS Parliamentary Awards, and it's so great to be here with Professor Stephen Parris.
Hello, my name.
Here we are.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from undergraduate students all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
Welcome to Health Careers Live.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in Altrincham, where the National Health Careers Conference first started 5 years ago, and since then it's been doing a fantastic job communicating to many thousands of young people the great spectrum of different opportunities there are in the National Health Service and in the wider health sector, giving those young people the wonderful opportunity of fulfilling careers, serving the community and helping to make our country and the world a better place.
Here we are live at the NHS Parliamentary Awards, and it's so great to be here with Professor Stephen Parris.
Hello, my name is Stephen Parris and I'm the National Medical Director of the NHS in England. Now, believe it or not, it's probably nearly 45 years since I started working in healthcare as a medical student, but actually I did a few summer jobs packing cotton wool balls, 5 cotton wool balls into a sterile packet for use in operating theatres as a summer job. And I've worked in all sorts of jobs ever since, obviously mostly as a doctor in lots of different hospitals. And I finally got to become National Medical Director, which is a real honour and a privilege. But if you wind back 45, 50 years, I would never have imagined that I could have had such a wonderful career in healthcare. It really is the best thing that you could do, because fundamentally we are here, I am here to help others, to help fellow citizens and people at their most needy time when they are ill, and also ensuring, of course, that they keep well. And of course, you don't need to be a doctor. There are literally hundreds of jobs in healthcare. Of course, there's nurses, paramedics, but there's also porters and cleaners and informatics experts who make sure that all the IT is working and that we're looking to the future of artificial intelligence and all those things you read about. So whatever your background, whatever your interests, there is a career for you in health, and I would really encourage you, because it is the most wonderful career to have and the best possible place to work.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students all the way up until people who are graduated and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to the National Health Careers Conference 2020 October edition. I'm streaming here live from Manchester, the birthplace of the NHS. So I'm one of many presenters today and one of many workers who have been involved in creating this awesome jam-packed session today. And today's just day 2, okay? We've got 3 main stages. We have an Inspire stage where we'll be covering lots of important topics such as support for international workers. We'll be covering live work experience. We'll be covering social prescribing and much, much more. We've also got a Discovery Hub where you'll learn about the notorious SJT. That's the situational judgment test for those of you in final year medical school. The BMAT and over 350 careers in the NHS. But last but not least, we have an AHP Hub, the Allied Health Professions, where we're featuring so many important and renowned speakers from across the UK who'll be here talking about the many professions involved there. So do get involved, do use hashtag HealthCareersLive across Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, share it with your family and friends, get involved, okay? Hopefully you take away something today that will take you across your whole life, okay? So check out our expo as well, which is just at the bottom of Hopin. If you've got any questions at all, just pop them in the chat. So first up on our Inspire stage, we've got the Supporting International Medical Graduates to Thrive in the NHS. That's the National Health Service. Following the landmark launch of this vital educational and induction resource, we're delighted to share globally here today at National Health Careers Conference, Health Careers Live. Today, you'll be joined by a global village, people, specialists, senior leaders who are all passionate about the NHS and supporting your first steps in the NHS. Don't forget to view the NHS Health Education England e-learning source for the health module. So see you in the NHS soon and have a great day.
To be chairing this packed agenda of brief talks and presentations on the topic of induction for international medical graduates recruited to work in the NHS. Since its launch in 1948, the NHS has recruited international medical graduates to work alongside its UK-trained staff, and yet surprisingly, there has not been a standardized offer of induction to enable all IMGs to feel welcome, fully integrated and confident to be able to offer their best to their patients in the system as a whole. The recruitment of international medical graduates has been increasing year after year, and last year more than half of all doctors joining the GMC register qualified outside the UK or European Economic Area. We value these doctors coming to help deliver NHS services, and we need to offer them a good induction. May I have my first slide, please, Sunny? So the purpose of this webinar is to launch the comprehensive induction, which is now implementation ready, to celebrate the immense collaboration and co-development over 3 years, which has made this possible, and to understand how we can all contribute to its rollout. Today's program is intended to take you along the same journey that we did, starting with understanding what IMGs experienced when they first arrived in England, to the point where we are asking our system leaders as to how they plan to help implement our output, the guidance we have. Sunny, could you go back to slide 2, please? To implement our output, the guidance we have collectively prepared. But first, some housekeeping points. Please remain on mute. Use the chat function to alert the IT team to any technical issues, and they will respond. If you drop out for any any reason, simply rejoin using the original link. This webinar is being recorded, so you can listen to it again. Please post your questions on chat. Depending on how we go, there may not be time even for one or two questions, and I apologize for that in advance. However, we do plan to upload all questions and comments on our Imperial College Northwest London Applied Research Centre hosted Ethnicity and Health Unit web pages, together with the responses which we plan to put together with the help of all collaborators. This may take about a month, please bear with us, but we will have this uploaded in due course. And now we're going to take you on that journey we took so that you understand the pathway that led us to today. So we begin with Dr. Mathican describing her experience of arriving in the NHS, followed immediately by the observations of a group of senior educational supervisors and their HR colleagues, Sujesh Bansal, Samir Ahmed, Zarina Khan, Tracy Mitchell, Saeed Ahmed, Rochelle Ramkishan, and Bhartika Pereira at the front line, who are witness to these challenges faced by trainees and colleagues who come to work with them. In the interest of time, I'm not going to introduce any of our speakers, although this is disappointing to me because they come with so much knowledge, experience, and commitment. However, if you look at their screens, you will see their names. And if you look at the program, you will see their titles and organizational affiliations and details. So now over to you, Siobhan.
Good afternoon, everyone. A group who currently constitute a higher percentage of new registrants on the GMC register than both UK and EEA graduates combined. I was reassured that I can think of IMGs. Their journey often begins many years before their first NHS job. It begins when they make the decision to emigrate to a foreign country, leaving behind their friends and family. It begins when a medic parent makes the decision, fully knowing that the expensive childcare for under fives without a social network for informal childcare means a significant financial hit for many years. Many will need to start talking to patients in a different language than they spoke until then. I'm not a big fan of the word resilience, especially when there is a risk of inferring that doctors should thrive and never burn out, despite the systemic issues, if only they are strong enough or resilient enough. But I use it in this context to say, yes, IMGs are resilient. Hence, there is absolutely no need to test their resilience further by putting them in the deep end, by asking them to start with a row of weekend or night shifts before they've had a shadowing period for the day job or got the login to the IT system. The examples are many on IMG social media peer groups week after week. New IMGs in non-training posts not having named supervisors for many months after starting, not knowing that the Home Office is not going to cancel their visas for taking sick leave when they are unwell, not going out to get even food during lockdown, worried whether they might be breaking any rules or be referred to the GMC. When a single mother does not know what the different types of childcare means, nanny, au pair, childminder, nursery. When IMGs do not know until much after the deadline that there exists something called relocation expenses, even if this is only from the first port of entry to the UK and usually limited to those in a training post. This is hugely disappointing after spending thousands of pounds in visas, travel, and exams to get to the point of the first NHS job. I will not touch on the need for personalized clinical induction or matters of discrimination or intersectionality due to time, but I wish to say that when impressions are hastily made based on their command of the English language or confidence in talking to patients, and these conflated with competence, we are failing our IMGs. When only IMGs turn up for IMG events, we are losing the opportunity to make allies from local graduates and trainers. Foreign doctors do need time to unlearn some things which differ in clinical, treated by a relative or doctor known to the family, unlike the GMC guidance for the UK. Our Dean, Professor Subodh Dave, once asked a group of psychiatry trainees who are IMGs whether anyone in their trust asked them to share their experiences of working in another country, in another healthcare system. There was no one in the room who could say yes. We bring ideas for frugal innovation for an underfunded NHS. We bring cultural literacy to care better for our diverse patients. If only there's someone to listen. If we can stop seeing IMGs and all foreign staff as cheap labor for the many gaps in the NHS, then we'll truly make change. So is there hope? Yes, indeed. This event today embodies hope for me. But it needs to be everyone's responsibility, not just that of IMGs ourselves or diaspora organizations to keep shouting from the rooftops. And Twitter, how can I forget? I heard a quote once in the context of allyship that the most privileged people should be shouting the loudest. Now, the good bits. My son attends a state school in a very diverse part of England with children who speak 40 languages. Many Indian doctors like me could never have Pakistani colleagues or friends until we moved to the UK. As a woman, I have felt more independent and safe living in the UK. The positives are many, but often due to the rough start, it takes IMGs many years, even a decade, to acculturate enough to be able to have that optimistic lens. I believe we can do better, and I'm so grateful to all the seniors and peers across organizations who've been involved in this project. I hope that the few pockets of good practice will become the minimum standard all across the NHS. If we have psychologically safe and friendly environments for IMGs, recruitment and retention will become a hill rather than the insurmountable mountain it is right now. Word of mouth spreads like fire, and places that have supportive bosses and peer groups will have plenty applicants. I end by quoting the GMC's Caring for Doctors, Caring for Patients report about the ABC of doctors' well-being, particularly the B and C, belonging and competence. If IMGs feel like they belong, and they're given the tools to transition to work in a different system as competent doctors, they will thrive and likely continue to work in the NHS. My take-home messages to the seniors and leaders: thank you for influencing change in your organization. IMGs, I wish to say that there truly are many allies trying to make things better. The launch of this guidance and the collaborative effort behind it is proof of that. You are not alone. Thank you. That's my 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Could I just move swiftly on to ask Sujesh and his colleagues to give us their perspectives as the educational supervisors and people in who often have the role to play in making IMG lives better. So over to you all.
Thanks a lot, Mala. I would like to reassure Siobhan that, to be frank, we have a great, a superb standardized induction and support program, which we have developed and piloted over the last 6-12 months. To be frank, what we have felt is that it really gives a lot. It starts a collaborative work between not only the human resources, but between the medical supervisors, the education supervisors, as well as the director of medical education as well. So we are really very, very excited. After piloting it, we have really realized that it does work. But of course, there are always some challenges, and I would like to invite Samir to talk about one of the particular challenge he faced.
Thanks very much, Sujesh. I think one of the challenges of this IMG induction is that it's something like a postcode lottery, really, because some directorates, some trusts have a very robust IMG induction in place, whereas others don't. Even our trust was a very typical example of it, where some of the directorates had a very good process in place, whereas others didn't. So I think this is where the induction comes into place, and this is why we were able to standardize this process, and so that every IMG, no matter which trust they join, which directorate they join, they will be able to have the same induction system in place. And it's been a pleasure to lead this in my trust, and I'm sure Bhatika will say a bit more about how an IMG lead role comes into play in this.
Yeah, thanks, Amir. Yeah, so I'm the IMG lead in Barnet, Enfield and Haringey Mental Health Trust, Trust in North London. And this is a new role which I started early this year. And the aim is to support all IMGs joining NHS for the first time. One of my tasks is to help IMGs to recontextualize their knowledge to work in a different healthcare system. As you know, in medicine, we all work in systems or different communities of practice. However, these systems or communities are different from one country to another or one region to another. So it's really important to help IMGs to be active and valued participant in these systems to be able to enjoy their work and succeed in their roles. So as the IMG lead over the last couple of months, I've been learning different ways to do this, how to and how to support IMG leads to be part of their healthcare delivery system. So it has been a rewarding and a fulfilling role, which I believe can make a huge difference. With that, I'd like to go to Saeed, who'll talk about the IMG office.
Thank you, Batika. Thank you, everyone, for joining this momentous occasion. Now, for me, I think joining the IMG group was to make sure that we do something sustainable beyond our own careers, so that we don't reinvent the wheel every couple of years. And to do that, we have to set up an IMG office. With no particular role is important, but combined together, we can then make a sustainable change with your particular trust, and then locally and nationally. And I've gained a lot from mentorship in joining this team to create the IMG office, and then having key roles in that office, which includes the lead that Batika is doing in his trust. And then I'll be having an IMG fellow from somebody in the IMG community, and having important elements such as HR and also senior sign-off through the medical director's office. Once you have such people with buy-in from your trust, then you're more likely to make it sustainable beyond your own career, and therefore not reinvent the wheel each time a new IMG issue occurs. This way you can say that you're feeling supported, and in anticipation of this new document being released, our trust is in a good position, and I want all the trust to be in a similar position to deliver this document. So the next question on delivery is only through an IMG office. I mentioned one of the key individuals in the IMG office, which is HR, which is usually the first point of call in any hospital recruitment system. So I want to hand you over to my colleague Tracy, who will talk to you a little bit about HR involvement in our IMG office.
Thank you, Saeed. Coming to live in the UK and work in the NHS is a big thing, and we set out to try and give IMGs as much information up front as we can. So the Trust already had an online first aid kit for all new starters, providing a lot of information about the Trust, so we developed a further IMG first aid kit. There are a lot of generic guides out there, but we wanted something specific to Newcastle, and it covers everything from organising where to live, including council tax, waste collection, home insurance, TV licences, tax, how to register with GP, and cultural aspects, including the local Geordie accent. We send the link to new IMGs before they start, so they can familiarise themselves before they get to the UK. I'm happy to share it afterwards. I'm just in the process of adding a few bits to it, otherwise I would have shared the link today. And as part of the process, we ask directorates to identify a buddy for the new starter, preferably somebody who's an IMG themselves, who can help with some of the practicalities of settling into the UK. We've produced a short guide on the role of the buddy, and we're about to run a short training session for potential buddies. Feedback from IMGs is that the two biggest challenges for them on arrival are accommodation and bank accounts. Accommodation is a challenge because they don't have a credit history and often ask for a lot of money up front. So we've linked up with a local company who have developed rental-only blocks of apartments and reached an agreement that they'll accept our informal assurance of the larger employer in the city rather than us acting as a formal guarantor. I'd advise that you look into getting the JMC to deliver their half-day Welcome to UK practice programme on site if you can, and offer it to IMGs and other trusts in your region. It's a really good session and offers a useful networking opportunity for IMGs. The final message I would leave you with is that I think for us, it felt like it was going to be very straightforward. Everybody supported it in principle. It was a no-brainer, but the challenge has been getting the various individual elements to come together and get the process embedded, and we're still working on that. So the final message I'll leave you with is don't be disheartened if your programme doesn't take off instantly. Keep going. Thank you. I'll now pass you over to Serena to talk about mentoring and supervisor support.
Thanks, Tracy. So having the IMG framework has really given us the opportunity to think about other activities and the whole framework of support that we can provide for international medical graduate colleagues. And for us, this really made us think about what are the things that we could do to make the best welcome and experience for IMG doctors joining our organisation. And so what we did is we thought about mentoring support. We're incredibly lucky to have a number of doctors in our organisation who are absolutely wanting to help and support some colleagues who have come into our organisation and people who have had lived experience, the doctors who have been working in our system for a number of years and who really have walked in the shoes of colleagues who are joining the NHS for the first time and are working in the UK for the first time. And we've run some bespoke mentoring sessions for these doctors so that we can link them up to provide friendly welcomes, informal advice and support, and have someone to lean on when they need to. The other thing that we've done is we've thought about how we can work really collaboratively and closely with our educational supervisors, who are also really key and critical to providing a shadowing opportunity, a kind of a local induction, again, being that person who can really work with them and support them over a sustained period of time to help them integrate and to support them. And we've run some workshops for our educational supervisors. We ran one in April and were blown away by the fact that we had 80 educational supervisors who joined, who were all really acknowledging the important work that's happening here and really wanting to think about the best level of support that they could provide for international medical graduate colleagues. We're really excited to be involved in this work, and we really want to grow our provision and our framework of support for IMG doctors who are joining our organisation. I think it's evidently clear that we're all in different stages in our organisations of how we're landing this work. And I know Rochelle has got some reflections and some suggestions around next steps.
So thank you very much. And yes, we've heard lots of really fantastic examples, and the guidance is really brilliant at kind of giving you lots of things to take away. I have to say, any organization at any stage can utilize this, and rather than wait till you have a perfect program to launch, there are some immediate quick wins whilst working on arrangements and even funding, almost in a QI approach that can be really helpful. Just in terms of thinking around IMGs, this is not only towards locally employed doctors, but also to doctors in training. And with August rotations just a month away with changeover, a simple start is just to send an email, either try to identify the doctors to welcome them, to try and have a named contact who they can reach out to, not just via email, but even a WhatsApp number for simple troubleshooting, just to help them to get some familiarity to the local area, or some quick questions regarding visas can be hugely powerful. We know that many of our international doctors starting on the training scheme, a large proportion, more possibly in some specialities, more than 50%, are coming from abroad. So it is a brilliant opportunity. I'd like to end with saying thank you very much to Professor Rao and the whole team for pulling this guidance together. There is lots to be done. Don't wait for it all to be perfect. From today, share the guidance. Do look at it, even something as simple as just getting in touch. Thank you.
Rochelle, thank you so much. What a fabulous, uplifting message from this amazing group. If we were in a room, I'd say, could we all put our hands together for this group? So thank you so much for, this shared group presentation from the front line. Because now, from the front line, we're going to the organizational level and to share with us evidence and what has shaped their perspectives at Health Education England and the BMA. We're going to hear from Dr. Vijay Nair and Dr. Andrew Barton. So Vijay and Andrew, are you there? Please, give us your perspectives. Vijay first.
Thank you, Marla. Thank you very much. My name is Vijay Nair. I work for Health Education England. I'm the primary care lead for differentiatement. And I would just like to endorse all the fantastic comments made by my colleagues so far. As you've heard, a large proportion of our trainees are trained overseas, faced by the challenges of living in a new culture, but also working within a different healthcare system. But on top of that, they have to adapt to new ways of teaching and learning. So an effective induction program is actually really essential. And it's not just on day one, it's a process. It's a process for that transition when they start working in this country. And most importantly, and this has been mentioned as well, we need to build on their knowledge and skills and experience for the benefit of everyone, as we heard earlier from Siobhan. So Marla, on behalf of HE, I would like to really promote and endorse this program. I thank all of those who have been involved, especially, of course, yourself. This will be a fantastic resource for all our educators, our directors of medical education, the trust, and the wider faculty to deliver really effective education for all our learners. Thank you, Marla.
Vijay, thank you so much. Health Education England has got a massive role to play in taking this forward, and we'll be coming back to that towards the end of the session. So thank you for that. Andrew, welcome to this launch. What's the BMA perspective? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Marla. Thank you for inviting me. Hello, everyone. This is a grand day. As the trade union for doctors, the BMA has been fully supportive of getting this programme together, and I am personally pleased we are launching today. The BMA's role is to improve the working conditions for doctors, and the IMG induction is especially needed at this moment in time. I want to really take the opportunity to recognise the perseverance of Marla to get us to this point. It's been difficult and frustrating at times, but we've finally got a really good collaboration going and we have succeeded. So we must all revel in the praise at this launch as we need to revitalise ourselves for the next stage. That's, of course, implementing this induction programme across the health systems across the country. Please feel free to contact me at the BMA if necessary, and I think you'll hear a message from Dr. Nagpal, our chair, later in the event. Thank you, Marla. Well done.
Andrew, thank you so much for that. And you know, isn't it a little bit of a pity that today sort of clashes with the annual conference of the BMAs? So we've lost many people who would have attended this had that not been going on in parallel. But thank you so much for taking the time to come and share your message with us. So thanks, Andrew. So now we move swiftly on to just sort of reflecting on what the next steps were. With all these IMG experiences and organizational perspectives, which we gathered during 2019, they led us to put together a draft induction document, which of course needed to be evaluated for us to know whether it'd be effective. So next, we have Dr. Stephanie Armstrong from Lincoln University, who led the evaluation, to share some headlines from her study.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just looking at how I can share my my slides. So just bear with me for half a second.
Does Sunny have your slides?
He does, yes. He should have been sent it. I'll start talking, and then if Sunny's able to pop it up, that would be perfect.
Sunny, do you have Steph's slides, please? If you could show them, that'd be brilliant.
Yep, I'll bring them on as you talk.
It's just the one slide, so it's just can stay there the whole time I'm talking. So fantastic, thank you. So as Marla said, we were able to undertake a rapid evaluation of the IMG induction draft. We're very grateful for the funding that we received for that from the GMC, which was administered by the North West London ARC. And we had 3 stakeholder groups within the evaluation. So we had the newly appointed IMGs, the medical supervisors, and the HR representatives who were directly involved in those IMG appointments and supporting the IMGs. And we started by evaluating how they felt about the induction process, and all participants obviously agreed that a good induction is really important. We're very grateful to our colleague, Sujesh Bansal, who we've already heard from today, who developed a gap analysis checklist as part of that process, which allows HR and medical supervisors to identify areas within the induction guidance that maybe need to be developed within their trust, or highlighting areas of good practice that they maybe already have, and all of our participants agreed that this was useful and should be included in the final document. Within my slide, there's some statistics. Hopefully it will come up shortly. But one of the things that came up quite clearly was that there was a big difference, a big gap in the pastoral or personal sort of day-to-day living issues that IMGs faced. And 90% of our IMGs that we polled said that they found problems with those day-to-day aspects, things like setting up utility bills, finding somewhere to live, finding accommodation, finding schools for their children was a really high priority. And these aspects considerably impacted on the IMGs, and they felt that they were impaired in their ability to undertake their work well because of the added levels of stress and those feelings of uncertainty that come just through relocating to a different country anyway, and it being made worse. The Welcome to UK Practice workshops were extremely helpful, and all of our IMGs that we spoke to found these incredibly important for understanding their role within the NHS and the role of the GMC, as well as knowing what help and support there is available and how they can go about getting that support. Shadowing within the first couple of weeks was also found to be really important, particularly for the speech and communication aspects of the induction programme, and also the speciality induction. Being able to watch colleagues interacting with patients was highly informative, and medical supervisors and HR reps also indicated that that short period of shadowing was vital to give the IMGs the best start. Several IMGs mentioned that it really helped to become much more familiar with their regional aspects, regional accents, dialogues, dialects, and so on, that they were able to more readily pick this up if they were able to shadow. Finally, we did a very rudimentary cost analysis of the IMG induction programme, and you can see that there was quite a bit of variation between the different trusts. We had 6 trusts involved in this initial evaluation. What we found was those trusts that were more established, that had pre-existing IMG inductions, tended to have slightly higher costs because they included aspects that perhaps those trusts that were newer to the induction didn't include. But we came out with an average cost of around about £2,000 per IMG to go through the induction process. And that's my final part. Thank you, Marla.
Thank you very much, Steph. I wonder, Sunny, if you can bring on my slides, please. If you would, that'd be absolutely brilliant. Because so from all of that, what was the next step? It was, of course, to put an induction program together, and I'm about to show you what that looked like. Sunny, could we have my slide? The next one, yes, please. So this is the draft we had prepared, and which, because of the evaluation, has been possible to finalize, and we can suggest with confidence that it builds on the kinds of good practice and best practice we saw around the country, and you heard Sujesh and others speaking about. We based it on IMG experience, and now you've got this, which you can download from these 2 web links, which I believe are uploaded on your chat. The guidance includes a welcome and pastoral care section, something on professional practice induction. IMGs often spend a whole year, we heard, without understanding what appraisals and revalidation was all about. There's an excellent language and communication section. IT is something they really asked for induction on, and specialty induction. We had the Royal Colleges of Psychiatry, Anesthesia, Emergency Medicine, Pediatrics and Child Health, Surgery and Obstetrics and Gynecology send us excellent specialty-based induction sections, which we've added. I'm pretty certain that more colleges will follow on this. Next slide, please, Sunny. And none of this would have been possible without the extraordinary amount of enthusiasm, commitment, and collaboration that we ended up securing along the way. And you will find all of these contributors listed in the induction, because we felt strongly that it had to be today and going forward, needed also to be a celebration of how all of these organizations, BMA, NHS England, HEE, Medical Protection Society, General Medical Council, and so on and so forth, but also individuals came together to achieve this. So now, the question is, we have this output. How does it fit with NHS England's workforce race equality strategy? And to explain that link, we've got Professor Partha Kar here. And I wonder whether Partha, you'd come and explain that link. Thank you, Partha.
Thank you. I'm going to actually start off just by saying, which we haven't mentioned yet, a big thank you to Mala, yourself, Tista, and everybody, Siobhan, everybody who's been involved in this. This is a fabulous program in place. And I think those of you not aware, so we are trying from NHS England to have established people in charge to take on the good work and take it forward. So I always say a very simple narrative. I myself, I'm an international medical graduate, as I have been many of the speakers so far. And I personally have been blessed by some amazing support along the way, but not everybody has. And as I recently said, it thereby falls on us, as for everybody else, to try and support colleagues who come from other countries to try and help the NHS, especially in a time when you've got so much workforce issues going around. Some of you may have already heard the good news that the case of Manjula Arora has been overturned by the GMC, which is fabulous news. That's another example of somebody coming from abroad, needing all the support she needs. And it's been so fantastic to see so many people come together. Those of you know me will know my love for Marvel comics. And as I say, I'll use a quote from Avengers, which says, the time has changed and we can never go back. And I think, it's very important for us to understand this. This is not us trying to change the narrative, and NHS England's view on this are going to be very simple. This is a fabulous program created by some amazing people. We don't need to recreate it again. We just need to make it happen. There's plenty of IMGs in every trust. There's plenty of people who are beyond IMGs and willing to help. And that's all we are asking for. Give a supporting arm. This is not about everything being structured. This is also about being a pastor, being a help. And it's just think of yourself in another country. You're trying there. And I'll finish with this. I don't say the story to many people. And when my dad came around to drop me off, again, not many people are fortunate enough to have that. When he left, I remember going back to my room and feeling very lonely and sitting there and crying. And as an adult, it was a very tough place to be in. Some people don't realize it. And all I needed was a helping hand. And it was an SHO in those days, John Gilson, came across and just took me out for a drink. And one of the best things that's ever happened. So support is not just about, support is also having an arm around the shoulder and being there to answer queries and being a good friend. So I think that's the request from us, on a human level. And on a policy level, we fully expect that we would drive this through and this becomes part and parcel of NHS care going forwards. So thank you again to Mala for all the work and everybody else involved. And I'll finish there. Thank you.
Partha, thank you so much for that immensely encouraging and uplifting message. And you've been very generous in your praise. So thank you so much. And, it's people like you who are needed at NHS England to ensure that the right level of support, and people are allowed the time to invest a little bit in it and get this going, because the level of investment is modest, but it's actually the permission needed from the system, which sometimes needs to be unblocked in order to make things happen. So thank you so much for your message, Partha. One of the things, and Partha, this will interest you, the guidance isn't the only output of this massive collaboration. We're delighted that Health Education England, too, have alongside this developed an e-learning resource, which is very exciting for IMGs and staff with responsibility for their induction. And so Lynn Rustecki and Dave Beardmore are here to tell us more about it. So thank you, Dave and Lynn.
Thank you, Mala. Our team has been working together with eLearning for Health to create the digitalised guide to the national induction that IMGs will be able to access before and during their transition to the NHS. The aim of this project was to create an engaging session to describe some of the common challenges new IMGs can face when they arrive and the reasons why an induction is essential, to introduce IMGs to the content of the induction programme and to the different areas of support they should expect from employers and educators, and to encourage new IMGs to reflect on their own learning needs as they prepare to start up in their new posts. We decided that to increase engagement, we would like to use a guide to narrate the session. And the professional development team in London have previously worked with Dr. Amit Gupta, a consultant in neonatal intensive care in Oxford, who's an IMG himself, and he has a real interest in and a wealth of experience in supporting doctors trained overseas. Amit very kindly agreed to narrate the session and also generously offered to make his department available for filming. He also invited IMGs from his team and their supervisors to share some of their thoughts on adapting both to life in the UK and to professional practice in the NHS. The e-learning session itself is structured around a series of short films. Each one is linked to a key theme of the induction guidance and followed by a summary of the support that will be provided by the trusts. And each section concludes with some reflective questions on the learning and links to further resources. I'll hand over to Dave now, who will show you the webpage and some short video extracts from the e-learning session. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. And it's great to actually be here and have the opportunity today to share with you the webpage and the resources and the guidance and a short preview of what is to come from the e-learning resource. As you can see on the screen now, we have the actual web page itself. And as I scroll down the web page, you can see that the partners involved in this program are listed. The guidance and the vital information that we've already talked about within the webinar is located here. And you've got access to a web-only version, and you've also got access to a printable version, which is really, really handy. As we scroll down the page, you can actually see where the e-learning resource is talked about. And as Lynn has already said, the e-learning resource is a collection of really insightful videos from Amit and his team of doctors as they share lots of insight and experience for their way of working and how to what to expect from your time in your role. As we move down the page further, you can see then we have what we call the induction on professional medical practice in the UK. And this area gives you lots and lots of valuable resources to tap into. By clicking on each drop down, you can actually get access to existing content that's on the Hub portal at the moment for various number of different topics and really useful information, a wealth of information. And we tried to make the overall package really beneficial to neurodiverse learning across the board. Further, as we go down the page, it explains about primary and secondary audiences and who will benefit from this information, the key objectives, the foundation of what we've tried to achieve, the program team, the project team, and how to actually access the content. And I'm really delighted now to actually share with you the first of two videos where it gives you a flavor of what is to come. So please enjoy.
Doctors who first qualified overseas, or IMGs as they're sometimes called, represent around 30% of the medical workforce in the NHS. These doctors bring valuable expertise and diversity to the delivery of clinical care to the UK's multicultural population.
Hello, my name is Amit Gupta, and I am here to introduce to you a new induction program for international medical graduates. I myself am an international graduate, and I came to the UK 22 years ago. I was back in 1998.
Adapting to medical practice in the UK can be challenging for any doctor, regardless of where they were from and how experienced they are. Some of these challenges can be anticipated, but many may be unexpected and can be difficult to overcome without support. Mistakes and misunderstandings can easily happen. Research shows that unless IMGs experience a positive start in their new roles, there is likely to be an impact on their confidence, sense of inclusion, and prospects for career progression. Induction is vital if IMGs new to the UK are to understand clearly what they need to do and work effectively as NHS professionals. For these reasons, a new national induction program has been introduced to ensure that all IMGs are welcomed, valued, and supported as they move through UK clinical practice.
Okay, that was the first of the two videos, and it is just to give you a flavour of what is to come. So I'm going to give you now the second video, which is the concluding message, or part of the concluding message to give you a flavour.
There may be a significant contrast between your expectations of working as a doctor in the UK and the reality of the NHS working environment. We hope that this induction will provide the information and support you need to prepare for your move and to ensure a positive start that will build your confidence, encourage a sense of well-being and belonging for you and your family, and lead to a long, rewarding career.
Well, I mean, we love having trainees here. I think that's really important, that people know, to know that they're very, very welcome wherever they're coming from.
My message to those who are planning to come here is that here the system is very open and helpful, and we do get the expected help.
So after joining here, I'm more satisfied that I took the right decision, and I'm really happy. I can say that.
I'm enjoying quite a lot here, to be honest. There are a little challenges which I think everyone has, but yeah, apart from that, I think it has been great, and I'm completely loving it, to be honest.
So I hope you found this induction program to be useful.
And that was the second video we wanted to show you, just that little preview. I'm just going to take you back quickly now to the webpage. To access the e-learning content, which is going to be available very soon, you need to either register or view here on the website. This will take you through then to the e-learning content, and you'll be able to access the full library of the 9 videos and actually experience the whole resource in its entirety. I'm going to hand you now back to Marla. I just want to say it's been a fantastic experience working on this program, and I think going forward it will benefit so many. Lots of credit must go to Amit for all the hard work and his team in creating these videos, and for Lynn as well for actually putting together a lot of the scripting and structure that you can see in the session. Thank you.
Dave and Lynn, that's absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to take a better look, a more detailed look at this. It's the launch for us all, and none of us has actually had a proper look at this, and I just can't wait to do that. Thank you so much. That was really exciting. Now, quickly on to our second session. How are we all going to help roll out the guidance and help embed and normalize it into routine ways to support and develop our staff? We're very fortunate to have senior leaders responsible for workforce transformation, professional standards, and NHS resolution to share with us their thoughts on this. And I invite Zoe Penn, Cheryl Samuels, and Vicky Boller to share with us their wisdom of how we go about achieving this. Thank you all. Who'd like to go first? Is it Zoe?
Yeah, that would be great. I hope everybody can hear me. Really, really pleased to have got to this point. It's been a very long, slow haul. For NHS London, this is part of a much wider work programme to do with the medical workforce race equality standards. And a good introduction to NHS practice has got to be the cornerstone of how we start people in this business, and it has to be routine. This is not about really doing anything special. This is providing what our doctors need for a smooth start to their career. I'm also prompted by I do a lot of professional standards work, and that's very much about saying, how do we not just welcome people, but give them a community to belong to, so that they can get support, not just for their clinical decision making, but also for their careers, for their families, and for living a happy life within the NHS. So I really commend this. We absolutely have to start somewhere, and it's here. And this is really exciting moment. Thank you.
I think, so I'm Cheryl Samuels, Deputy Director of Workforce Transformation for London. I think this is just an amazing piece of work. The collaborative effort that we've pulled together has just been absolutely fantastic. And I think as influential line managers and leaders, we've got a real responsibility and a privilege in that we shape the experience of overseas doctors when they join our organisations. The IMG induction aligns with the aspirations and the collective ambition of the NHS leaders within our services. And we need to make sure that we're creating those compassionate and inclusive cultures that support our IMG doctors. This is our opportunity as a HR profession to come together with our PGME and clinical leaders to make this a reality and to ensure that it's consistently implemented and rolled out so that we actually improve the staff experience for those individuals and also enabling them to feel settled. And most importantly, we want them to reach their full potential because they're part of our system. Thank you. I'll hand you over.
Thanks. NHS Resolution exists to support the NHS when things go wrong, including incidents, disputes and concerns about performance. We do this through providing indemnity to the NHS for the risks involved in delivering healthcare services and by providing expert advice and support on the management of concerns about the performance of doctors. Our aim is to resolve issues fairly with support for the practitioner and whilst protecting patient safety. NHS Resolution will be supporting this induction by incorporating its principles into our advice to trusts. Our publication, Being Fair, outlines a consistent approach towards staff in relation to incidents and errors. It is somewhat inevitable that something will go wrong during everyone's time working in the NHS. From our work involving teams and individuals in difficulty, we recognise the importance of ensuring practitioners are well supported with robust induction during the early stages of their appointment to ensure they understand the clinical environment and what is expected of them. NHS Resolution is delighted to support this incredible induction programme to highlight to IMGs as a hugely valuable part of the workforce how you can access resources and support to help you when things go awry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zoe, Cheryl and Vicky. So now the question is, how are we all going to help? The induction is truly everyone's responsibility, and I'm absolutely delighted that we've been informed. We have the formal support. And Sunny, I wonder whether you could show my slide 5, please. The next one. This is it. I've been delighted that we've been informed we have the formal support of the Federation of Ethnic Minority Healthcare Organizations on implementation. And what a privilege that the presidents of the 2 largest associations, the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, BAPIO, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, and the Medical Association of Nigerians across Great Britain, Professor Agbo, are here to confirm their support to this strategy. So over to you, Ramesh and Chris, please.
Mala, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure. And may I start by congratulating Mala, congratulating you to have organized this absolutely brilliant induction program. As you said, this is the day of celebration. However, I must caution that although it's celebration, this is only the first step to ensure that these international medical graduates are looked after properly. It's not a brainer to say that if the staff is happy, the patients will be happy. We must ensure, and as Siobhan said, that these international medical graduates are not treated as pair of hands to do the clinical work and not looked after properly. Mala, I'm really pleased that you managed to get collaboration from almost all the stakeholders. But I think it's very important that the NHS employers and the trust accept this. And every single hospital and trust must use this platform to ensure that all the IMGs are properly inducted. So in this endeavor, I can assure you that my organization, the British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, BAPIO, will provide full support. Thank you very much.
Ramesh, thank you so much for that. A really wonderful message. Do we have Chris here at the event, please? Sunny, do we know if he's here?
No, unfortunately, we're still waiting for Chris to join.
Okay, I know he was overseas very recently, and it's possible that perhaps his flight has been delayed or some such thing. So we'll wait and see if he arrives. So we'll move on swiftly to the next bit. You know, as we start drawing to a close. In case you're left in any doubt, we have full support of the system's leadership, who have sent us some video messages as they unfortunately could not attend this event in person. So could we now play the messages sent to us by Dr. Chand Nagpal, Dr. Navina Evans, and Dr. Rob Henry, please? And finally, in this section, I invite Tista Chakravarti Gannon, who leads on induction at the General Medical Council, to share her thoughts with us. She has been a steadfast ally, champion, and supporter, without whose inputs the induction program and its evaluation would simply not have got off the ground. So I want to say a personal thank you to Tista for her friendship to the cause, but also to me personally, Tista. So at the end of the video messages, I'd love you to come and tell us a little bit about where the GMC is on this, and what support we can expect in the future from the GMC and from you personally. So the video messages, please, first.
I'm delighted that the British Medical Association has been a partner in the development of these standardized induction programs for IMGs. For far too long, IMGs have not been given the support that they deserved when they come to work in the UK, and consequently, they've suffered disadvantage, a poorer experience, and additional hurdles. I very much hope that these standardized inductions will become a reality and the norm in all NHS organizations in the nation, so that IMGs can thrive, realize their full potential for the benefit of both the health service and for patients themselves.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today on the launch of this programme. I am really delighted on behalf of HEE to support the NHS induction programme to both welcome and value our international medical graduates. Last year, half of the nearly 20,000 doctors who started working in the NHS were international medical graduates, and a large proportion of these colleagues were trainees. I myself come from overseas and have experienced the challenges faced when settling into the culture of a new country. I know firsthand that migration is challenging at the best of times, with its attendant transition of culture, climate, community, and this is made even more difficult when it involves working and training as a doctor in a different healthcare setting. Now, you international medical graduates are an essential part of the NHS workforce, both historically and presently, and often can have a very diverse journeys compared to our UK qualified peers. Now, international medical graduates bring different perspectives, insights, and skills, which the NHS wants to harness and embrace. So this induction program will help to welcome the international medical graduates and at the same time provide valuable information and resources to help settle quickly into the new environment. And this is to the benefit not only of the doctors who are joining us, but also to the teams they will be working with, and ultimately for the people who we care for. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Rob Hendry, the Medical Director at the Medical Protection Society. As a mutual not-for-profit organisation which protects the professional interests of doctors and healthcare workers around the world, we're proud to be able to support this induction programme. We're keen to do all we can to make colleagues who are trained outside the UK feel as welcome, valued and supported as possible. And I look forward to building on this work in the future. I hope you've enjoyed this session. Hello, I'm Dr. Rob.
Hello, and Marla, thank you, although it would have been lovely to hear from Rob twice. Thank you so much for your kind introduction earlier, Marla. I know this has been it's been an absolute labor of love, and I've really valued working so closely with you. So I'm just going to say a few words because we're pretty much at time. At the GMC, to give that perspective, we have called for this induction way back in 2011, actually, because it was clear from our data, our research, that IMG colleagues aren't always welcome and valued, as we've heard today, that they are also at higher risk of referral. And of course, by not supporting our IMG colleagues, we're also not supporting patient safety. So given that lack of a standardized induction at the time, as some of you who are viewing today will be aware, we created our own program, Welcome to UK Practice, which Steph mentioned earlier, and we'll continue to deliver that as part of the program. But in our view, as many have said on the call today, it is absolutely incumbent that any employer recruiting IMG colleagues who bring so much, as we've heard, it is incumbent on you to support them through this type of induction. And that is our view at the GMC. We know, as Siobhan shared, that some IMGs don't even have their basic needs met. And I've started to think of it in terms of Maslow's hierarchy. You know, when we're not meeting needs such as basic accommodation, the roof over our heads, bank accounts, where to get food and shopping, the arm around the shoulder, as Partha said. When we're not meeting those needs, never mind the differences between the healthcare systems and medical practice. That's a huge gap. So to finish, I am absolutely delighted. We at the GMC are absolutely delighted that this has now launched. Delighted that it will be rolled out at exemplar sites, I believe, before an eventual national mandate, but also delighted that it is available to you now. Even if you aren't one of those formal exemplar sites for rollout, be an exemplar anyway. As Rochelle said, you don't have to wait. So be that exemplar now. Please pick this up and please support your IMGs. Thank you.
Tista, that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Now, our speakers have been absolutely fabulous with timekeeping, and I really am so grateful. However, that said, we've had a slippage of maybe about 3 or 4 minutes, and that does mean, as I feared, we've no time for questions. But I want to promise all our attendees that we will collect the questions and feedback and comments. We'll curate them. We will get the answers for you, and I promise you we will put them on our Ethnicity and Health Unit web link. So I'm not going to take any questions now, but draw this to a close. So Sunny, may I have my 6th slide, please, if I may? Thank you so much. And as Tista said, and several before her, this is literally just the beginning. What a fabulous launch event it's been, but this is truly just the beginning, because implementing and embedding this induction into employment and training practice are going to require ongoing collaboration over many months and years. And of course, it'll require more in-depth evaluation of the induction as a whole, as well as particular aspects, as Tista said, in those exemplar sites, perhaps, needed to see which bits work most effectively, which bits offer best value for money. So it'll have to build on the preliminary evaluation that we have done. And you know, from now, I hope that communities of practice emerge, because they're much needed to share resources and best practice across regions or trusts with, you know, neighboring trusts maybe. And in that regard, we have plenty of offers of support from many of our speakers. In fact, several, such as Sujesh and Samir, actually proposed that their email addresses may be shown on screen. But the problem with that is, of course, these are going to be removed in 30 seconds from now. We will post those on the Ethnicity and Health Unit website, and you can take a look at which of our speakers offer you support going into the future. Next slide, please, Sunny. So now, this is it. I'm going to leave you with something that Maya Angelou, that amazing writer, poet, and civil rights activist once said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." So please, friends, I mean, my plea to you is go out there and be kind, treat people as you would have them treat you. Because that's, as Tista said, pointed out, you know, it allows them to, the IMGs, to achieve their full potential, and that's good for them, it's good for us, and above all, it's good for our patients and the public. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee and currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey, guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students all the way up until people who are graduated and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
And thank you for that amazing session, guys. It was great to hear from all the speakers. I'm happy to welcome you back to the Inspire stage now. Hi, my name's Dom. I'm a student physiotherapist. I'm joined with Bridget, who's a junior doctor. And we're just going to talk to you today about your way of getting into the different health careers, how we got into ours, and the different things you can do to really boost your applications. As well as that, we want to talk a little bit about healthy living and why it's important to maintain exercise throughout your entire life, and how it's always a good habit to be in. So yeah, before we move on, we'd just like to talk quickly to you about your personal development portfolio, so I'm going to hand over to Bridget.
Yes, so if you click on the resources which will be shown on the screen and go into the continued professional development, there's a reflection sort of form that you can fill in and sort of reflect on the day, how it's going, what you're feeling like. And it's a really great tool to have because it can really help you with applications, as well as the fact that when you do become whatever healthcare professional you want to, you do need to reflect and have a portfolio. So it's a great thing to start working on and sort of know how it works.
Yeah, as well as this, guys, we'd just like to talk to you very quickly about the expos that are really important for you to be interacting with today. Our first one is by the General Medical Council. If there's anything you need to know about working as a doctor in the UK, any extra information to help you, but make sure you're interacting with these expos. You can find them on your screen. As well as this, there's one about allied health professions. Again, really important. It's a great resource that I know I wish I had when I was going through the application process. It's perfect for any other profession you can think of to do with healthcare. So you've got physiotherapists, nurses, occupational therapists. If there's any information you're unsure with about looking at those kind of careers, then that's the place to go. Not only that, we've got a great expo on finding good literature that can help you throughout your courses and your degrees in healthcare, so good reliable information that will all be good for you. As well as this, we've got another expo on allied health professions. Again, I can't stress this enough. I wish when I was doing my applications I had these things to help me. And again, if you look through these expos, guys, and make sure you're looking at them and interacting with them, that'll really help you in your career. So we're just going to talk now a bit about our careers. As I mentioned before, I'm a student physiotherapist and we've got Bridget, who's a junior doctor. So Bridget, for anyone who doesn't know, like myself, why is it that you wanted to get into being a doctor?
So I started wanting to be a doctor. My mum's a nurse and my older sister's a doctor as well. So I think sort of growing up in that sort of healthcare environment and sort of that natural experience of, you know, you're really good at science, you really like helping people, and then sort of doing work experience and seeing what it's like, and that got me thinking, oh, maybe this is something I really want to do. How did you want to become a physiotherapist?
So something similar. I didn't have direct links to healthcare within my family, but of course growing up I often saw the benefits that physios had on my family. So it was always a case of how can I do something similar to help people, because for me it was a big thing about helping people, being able to work with people every day. And I think there's very few careers where you can see every day the benefits you're having step by step, and I think health careers are a great way to see the benefits you're having on people's lives and how you can impact their lives for the better every single day.
And why specifically did you choose physiotherapy?
It was always a case really for me of I was interested in how the body moves and muscular systems and stuff like this from growing up being into sport and everything. But then when I saw the wider scope that physios do, so if you can imagine any possible illness someone might have, there's always a physiotherapy benefit, there's always some way you can help them. And again, the main thing for me was being able to interact with patients every day and just see their general progression and know you're being a part of making someone's quality of life better. Obviously, a big thing that people often worry about in getting into health careers and medicine in particular is the application process. I was just wondering, for me, to educate myself and maybe anyone watching, what kind of things did you do for your application? What helped you?
Yeah, so medicine obviously is quite like a long-winded process, and it's sort of fact that you have to start thinking about it quite early on. So sort of straight from GCSEs, where some unis take into consideration your GCSE results. So you need to make sure you work really hard on that and try and get the best grades you can get. And then after that, when you sort of get into A-level, again, looking at what subjects you choose. So quite a lot of them would want you to do a science subject like chemistry or biology or maths. So just thinking about what universities you want to go to and what they want from you. And then once you've got that, we've got exams that we need to sit as well. So there's the UCAT and there's the BMAT as well. And different universities want different exams. So again, you have to do a bit of research into that, looking at what unis you want to go into and what exams they want. Doing that obviously is going to be cut-off scores and all of that. So again, revising really hard for that, making sure you get the grades that your uni want. And I think something that's really important, something we're talking about here, is getting work experience, because it's all well saying, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a nurse, I want to be a midwife, I want to be a physiotherapist. It's actually knowing what they do in their day-to-day job. So shadowing a doctor for, say, a few days and seeing what they do in their day-to-day and being like, okay, yeah, I either do want to do this or I don't want to do this. How about you?
Yeah, I think I second that point that you just made there. Definitely, I think everyone has an idea of what they think the health career they're going to go to is, and often that is right, but really being in that situation and seeing the things you learn and then applying that to real life really does help with either confirming you definitely want to do this, or it can always help you see the things that you might not want to do as much, which is a great thing to have, because it's all right to be narrow-minded, but really seeing the wide variety of people you can help really did help me. As far as application goes, there's not as many examinations for physio that I had to do, but it's a similar process of, if you're looking to get into physiotherapy, it's easy for everyone, and I was the same at first, to just think sport and muscular injuries, but it's important to recognise a wide scope of conditions we can help with. So in a physio, for example, we help people with neurological conditions such as having a stroke, we help people that might have something wrong with the breathing, again, musculoskeletal like we said, and there's just lots of ways you can help the elderly in fact as well, because obviously it's important to remember we've got an ageing population, and as we get older there's often movements that we might struggle with, which we're going to go on to later, about functional movements. When we're young we're doing lots of different activities, doing lots of things, and it's easy as we get older, especially when you start working, to fall out of these habits, which can then have impacts in later life in terms of not being as mobile as maybe you once was.
Yeah. And it's like sort of what we were saying about how different healthcare professions kind of work together.
Of course.
So as being a doctor, I just started about a month and a half ago. So in my first year I'm in respiratory, and we do work quite a bit with physiotherapists, because like you mentioned, a lot of patients need help with their breathing when they've got respiratory conditions, like they've got asthma, or they've got COPD, or they've got fluid in their lungs, and we sort of need to get rid of it. And we do get a lot of physios helping us out with that.
Okay, and for me and anyone else who might be watching wanting to know, how would you describe a typical day in your life as a doctor?
So sort of typical day, if we're thinking Monday to Friday when I'm not on call and I'm doing 9 to 5, you sort of get in the ward, you prep the patients for the ward round, you go on the ward round, you see the patients, sort of ask them, how they're feeling, so there's been any changes from yesterday. Ward round normally takes about 2 to 3 hours on a medical ward round. I work on respiratory, so there's quite a lot of ill patients. And we just make plans for them, and then after the ward round the consultant goes off and you sort of action whatever plans has been going on. If people need to get bloods taken, if they need any gases, they need to get any investigations like a chest x-ray done. And in the afternoon the consultant comes back, we go through the patient, what's changed, anything else that needs to be done, and just action that. How about you?
In terms of day to day, similar to like we say in terms of observing patients, what they need to do, I think most importantly it's great that day to day you get to work with these patients. In a hospital setting, if you're on a ward you see them every single day, so when you get that personal relationship with a patient, you'll see differences in them, which is really important as well. I think that depending on what setting you're in, for example, if you're in a hospital like I've said, you see them every day, so you're just going around, you're doing your rounds, making sure they're okay, seeing if you can get people up and moving, because that's really important. It's often goes unnoticed, but the idea of people being able to move independently is a massive thing in recovery, because it's a lot of a psychological thing. If you can function as you normally did, then that's a great thing for patients. I think in an outpatient clinic, which essentially means if a patient comes to you that has an injury, again it's a similar thing. You want to talk to that patient, understand their background and where they're coming from, and it's always a case again of planning to see how we can get those patients back to where they were. Yeah,
and even with us as doctors, even if we class a patient's medically fit, we don't discharge them until, physios have said, actually, yes, they're good to go home, because there's no point sending a patient home when they can't mobilise at home and move around at home and, cook for themselves at home or, bathe themselves at home. So we need to make sure even if they're like physically and mentally fit, they also need to be able to actually mobilise and do stuff independently.
Of course. And just quickly, I think there's something that all people in health can agree on, which is that it's really important to exercise and lead a healthy life. I know there's many benefits from physical and mental point of view, so do you want to start us off and talk about some of those things?
Yeah, so just obviously, like we said, exercise is really good for you physically and mentally, and there's been a lot of research into just about 30 minutes to 1 hour of moderate exercise can really get your heart moving, decreases your chance of getting heart failure, heart disease, getting diabetes, getting high blood pressure. It's also something that's really good for you mentally. So, you know, just taking a bit of time to just go on a walk or something that can really help to de-stress you out, just calm you down after a really busy day, just chill.
Again, yeah, I'd agree with that. I second that. I think from a physio point of view, we're always banging on about exercise and why it's important. I think people who are watching at home, you'll see this from a point of view of you've got younger siblings, your parents, grandparents, you'll notice there's a difference in what you can do compared to them in terms of moving. And I think what the main thing is as you're younger and you're doing all these movements really active, all your body's moving really well. As you get older, there tends to be an attitude of you kind of slow down a bit, maybe you're less active, and you may find that some things get harder. A great example I was taught when I was on my first placement, and that always comes back to me regarding just normal movement. If you imagine now, me or you was to do a forward roll, which we're not going to do now, if you used to do a forward roll and you stood up instantly, you'd probably feel a little bit dizzy because that's a movement you're not used to doing. You used to do it all the time, rolling around, playing and everything. If you used to do that movement, stood up, you'd feel, oh, that's a little bit dizzy. If you imagine your granddad or your grandma who might get a bit wobbly on the feet, it's because when they just do that normal standing movement after being so inactive, they get the similar symptoms of just being a bit wobbly. So it just shows how important it really is to remain active throughout life. And again, you look at the opposite side of it. So you've got the elderly who may, not all of course, but you might get some that struggle to stand up and get a little bit dizzy. You've also got you've got babies, and if you watch a baby pick something up, if you've got younger siblings or people younger than you, you'll notice they're really flexible. They have what we call a perfect squat form, which is quite mad to think about considering how young they are. But again, it just goes to show that when you're younger, you're more flexible and you're moving your body, there's so many more things you can do.
Yeah, and I think it's just sort of carrying that on as you get older and just doing more exercise to the limits. It means you're less likely to be in hospital, and if you do get into hospital, it means you're less likely to stay longer in hospital because you're able to mobilise, keep fit, and it's just a good all-in-all thing to keep going with your life.
Sorry. And absolutely, we don't want to downplay the mental side of it as well, because we often talk about how physical activity can help you with your mental side, and I can't speak for you, but I know for me, it really helps me if I'm feeling stressed and I do some exercise, it releases all them happy hormones, and all of a sudden everything just feels a little bit better, and it's a great habit to be in. So yeah, especially sort of after a long day at work, it's a bit stressful, things have been going on. Just simple things, you don't have to go to the gym and, you know, squat 100 kilograms. Just simple things like going on a nice walk, or even just doing some yoga or Pilates, just some chill, relaxing thing that can just get your mind sort of reset and ready to go. And it's a great thing to do with your friends as well, whereas normally you might sit at home playing your Xbox, might go out and do something that might not be as useful. Why not just go on a walk, go on a run, play football with your friends? It's a great way to stay active, and there's so many health benefits.
Social, I think we're just going to answer some questions from people now. I think Dom, Lucy from Bolton's asking you, what skills do you need to be a physio?
That's a great question, thanks for that. I think there's loads of really important things. I think we've kind of covered it a little bit, but the main one for me is communication and just empathising with people. So from a patient point of view, I need to ask the right questions and listen to that patient to know what's causing them their trouble. A lot of the time, patients will feel like they're not being listened to, and that really negatively impacts their recovery. And I think it's great that if you can ask the right questions and get the information out of patients, they'll often give you the answers they need. Yeah. If you ask the right questions, the patient knows what they want fixing and what's causing them trouble, and that's really where you should focus your treatment on them. If we're talking about in the actual career, in a hospital setting, for example, we mentioned it briefly, doctors will do their checks on patients, and then it's important for physios and everyone else to understand what that doctor's telling them. So as a quick term, a doctor will refer to a patient as either medically fit for physio or not medically fit for physio on a ward. If they're medically fit, that's when we come in, do the movements we can with them, try and get them back to going home and being stronger and stuff. And it's really important that we have that communication with the doctors, the nurses, the occupational therapists to get a view of the patient as a whole. So I'd say the main skills for me are communication, empathy, and just really wanting to make sure your patient's okay, because what you're getting into health careers for is to really help people. And as long as that person that you're treating is at the centre of your treatment, then you can't go wrong. The most important skill is empathising with people and communicating effectively to them. We've got another question now for you, Bridget. Abigail from Kent is asking, how do we go about getting experience in medicine?
Right, so there's sort of different ways to get work experience. I think since COVID happened, there's been a few organisations offering virtual work experience. Obviously during COVID, it was quite hard for people to go into hospitals. I was just having a look earlier on, there's a website called Observe GP, which sort of does like a virtual GP work experience. You can see what it's like as a GP practice. There's another one that's being run by Brighton and Sussex Medical School. That's also about a virtual work experience. And that's quite a good thing to sort of do if you can't get physical work experience, because that's something that a lot of people struggle with. But ultimately, obviously, getting physical work experience, kind of like I said earlier on, is what you're aiming for, because you could go your whole life thinking, yeah, I really want to do medicine, and then do work experience and think, actually, this is not for me, this is not what I thought it was, because, you know, what you hear about it or what you watch on TV isn't necessarily what it's like in real life. So just get in contact with any hospital around you. So if you type in, say for example, you live close to Manchester Foundation Trust and you type in MRI student work experience, there will be a website that's going to turn up. There will be contact details, just emailing people and just introducing yourself, being polite and saying hello, blah, blah, blah. I'm a 16-year-old, I'm a 17-year-old, I'm really interested in medicine, was wondering if I could be able to arrange a work experience, and even just saying again in that email, or if you're not able to do this for me, do you have any other contact details of other people who can? So just sort of networking yourself. If you know any sort of medical students, or you know any doctors, having a chat with them and asking them, what is it you do on a day-to-day? What is your life like? What is it like as a career? Just getting a real insight into what medicine actually is like. So when it does get to you writing your personal statement, which I think we'll come back to in a bit, or when you do get an interview, you've got a bit more real life experience to talk about rather than just what you think it's like.
And I'd agree with that as well. I think, like you say, a very important thing is when you've done that experience, make sure you make a note of it. Make sure if you can get references for it, because it's really important stuff that people look for in applications. Like we say today, we've got the reflections form that is really important. It's going to help you with lots of applications. It's going to make you stand out. I know everyone always says it, but there's so many things people don't do to make them stand out on their application, and experience is a great one, like you say.
And another question we've got for you, Dom, it's just John from South London asking, how was the application process for physio, and do you have any advice to people who are thinking of applying?
Okay, yeah, so the physio application, it's like a lot of other university applications. Your main thing is your personal statement. And I think the main advice I can give from personal point of view and the friends I've spoken to is the main hurdle people fall at is they'll mention sport and only sport in a physio application, and it's really important that you get an idea for the wide variety of things we treat, and it's important that you get your knowledge across in your personal statement. So even if it's just a little bit of research, you don't need to be an expert in any of it, just make sure you mention the different fields that we treat. So for example, we've got musculoskeletal, we've got respiratory, we've got neurological, we've got loads of different things that we treat, even mental health physiotherapy, which is a growing thing that's really important, especially now. And I think that the main thing about physio applications is really, really important is, again, your key skills, communication, empathy, and just getting an idea for the whole profession in perspective, because again, it's a wide variety of people we treat. You'll find that if you're to start training in physio, there'll be everyone. You'll start looking at people and think you can help them in every way possible. So it's important to not just think that physio is someone who's been kicked at football, someone who's got injured in a sport, and that's all you treat, because there's so much more to it than that. So yeah, to summarise, I think the main point for me in my application was make sure that you mention all the possible sectors you can go into as a physiotherapist, because of course when you go to university, you're going to learn about all of them. You don't just do, for example, musculoskeletal or respiratory. And again, Bridget, we've got another question for you. Ola from Nigeria asks, how do international students apply for work experience in the UK? Which is a great question.
Obviously, I don't have that much experience on it because I wasn't an international student, but I think it sort of goes back to the same thing I've said, is sort of contacting people, and it depends if you are going to travel to be in the UK or if you're still in Nigeria, or if you're still internationally. So for example, if you're still international and you can't get to the UK to do work experience, those two virtual work experience program that I mentioned, so the Observe GP and the Brighton Sussex Medical School, getting a bit of virtual work experience with that. I think if you're applying as an international medical student, obviously you don't necessarily have to have UK experience. They might not be expecting UK experience. It doesn't matter what work experience you have, as long as you do have work experience. And I always say it's not necessarily about the quantity, it's about the quality. So, you know, you could have someone who did a work experience and, you know, they saw brain surgery and they saw heart surgery, and someone who just, you know, worked in their GP for 2 days, they could end up getting into medicine, the other person wouldn't, because it's what they saw, it's what they reflect on. So when you do have this work experience, just think about, what am I learning from this? How does this relate to me being a doctor? What does this tell me about being a doctor? So it doesn't matter, you know, if you saw the best, you saw someone's brain being opened up and all of that. We don't really care about that, because realistically, that's not what you're going to be doing as a medical student. So it's sort of, yeah, if you can, obviously, if you do have the chance to come to the UK, like I said previously, contacting people in hospitals. If you don't, there is the virtual work experience that you can do as well. But again, it's just reflecting your experiences, and we keep mentioning it, but we've got the reflection portfolio on there that you can do, and it does give you quite a good structure to reflect in. And if you use that not just for this career conference, but also for whatever you do that's going to help you in your application. So, you know, for any work experience you do, for any volunteering you do, if you just make sure to reflect on it and think about, how is this experience helping me become a doctor? How does this experience teach me about what it's like to be a doctor? And just going through that, and that will really help you going forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great point as well. Anyone can go on a placement and say they've seen things, but you've really got to think about, what is this teaching me about the profession I want to go into? And again, you mentioned the reflections. We've got some great expos from the General Medical Council. It's a great way to have a look at what possible routes there are for you, what information you may need to then look into that work experience. So it's worth looking at those as well.
Yeah, because I think on that expo, you can ask questions. So that can be a question you can ask the GMC. They might have a bit more info about international students and how that works, because I don't have specific things about international students. I think this is our last question, just for Dom. So we've got Michael from Budapest asking, he's interested in physiotherapy, but he's not sure if it's for him. How did you know physio was for you, and how can other people know if that's the right job for them?
So that is a great question, because I was the same. I wasn't absolutely certain it was what I wanted to do when I was younger, and I think a lot of people find themselves in the same situation. What you want to do, the same with anything else you'll do. So if you want to know about something, you've got to research it. We've spoke about placements. It's a great way to get an idea about things. Again, they're quite general. I think you've just got to look at, if you think about physiotherapy, what I associate with it is helping people as much as you can, communicating with people, working day in, day out with people, and having empathy. If they're skills that you feel you have, and you feel like you want to help people, then there's no better profession for you, in my opinion. I think that goes for all the health careers though. If you have a real passion for helping people and wanting to make them better in any way possible, then it's most likely for you. But again, I think if you go on there's the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy website, got loads of great resources that will tell you all about the profession, different reading sources. And again, there's everything out there right now. What I did personally is I went onto YouTube, I looked at summaries of physio degrees, I looked at what they're doing day in, day out, I looked at what they do in hospitals, what they do in sports clubs, and again, it all comes back to this idea of physio, of the broader idea, so we do everything. So I think if you want a career where no 2 days are the same, and that, again, you're helping people, then I think it's a great career for you, because you don't know what you're going to go into day in, day out, and it's a great way to live, basically. It's a great career.
Yeah, it's just kind of what you said about it applies to every health profession, and I'll say the same. It's sort of one of those things, like, if you do want to know if it's right for you, do some research and actually go do some work experience in it, because like I've been saying, you can only know what it's like when you're actually in it. So when you do organise work experience, or even, that's a really good idea, watching videos and seeing people, because I think nowadays there's a lot of influencers. You can find them on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and they do, you know, day in the life of a medical student, day in the life of a doctor, day in the life of a nurse, day in the life of a physiotherapist. So you can actually see what it's like to work as that, and you've got real life sort of evidence of people working right now. So you can look at them and be like, oh, is this something I'd like to do for the rest of my life? Because you are probably going to be doing it for, 40, 50 years old. So just think it's something I want to do. And if it does interest you, then try and organise a work experience and put yourself in those shoes of people working there. Do I see myself doing this job, and going from there? Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you have any more questions, just put it in the chat and we'll try our best to answer it and type it in. I hope you have a nice rest of the day and enjoy the conference.
Thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students all the way up until people who are graduated and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students all the way up until people who are graduated and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
What a fantastic conference we've had so far today. Some truly great speakers, and a big thank you to Dom and Bridget, who did a fantastic job giving everyone at home an introduction into both their careers and their path on to getting where they are now, and we wish them all the best moving forward. And to all you at home, make sure to check out our expo and the reflections area as well, so you can get the most value out of being at today's conference. We'll now move on to our next speaker, and someone I'm very, very excited to introduce. Dr. Mohan is here today to talk to us about the role of social prescribing and the role it has in modern society and modern medicine moving forward over the next few years. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome him. How are you today?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yeah, feeling great and excited to be here. Lovely to speak to you.
Fantastic. So why don't you tell everybody at home a little bit about who you are and how you came to be where you are at the moment?
Yeah, so my name is Mohan. I'm a GP, so general practitioner, general family physician doctor in Birmingham in the UK. So my background, I've born and bred in Birmingham. I went to university in London, went to medical school, and then done my foundation training, GP training, and then I became a GP around about 5 years ago. But the thing about my personality is that I've always been very inquisitive and always wanted to kind of really challenge and question what is it that we're learning and why are we learning it and what really makes an impact. The thing that's always driven me is what is it that can actually genuinely help people? Because the whole reason why we go into healthcare careers is there's something inside us that we really want to help people. And that's been my kind of guiding light. And so in trying to follow that passion, ended up becoming a GP. I've also done further specialist training to become a GP with specialist interest in respiratory medicine. That's about the lungs and breathing, which has been really, really interesting. And then more recently, I've been working with NHS England as a national clinical advisor for person-centred care, which is really my biggest passion, and social prescribing is one element of that.
Fantastic. So great to hear from you and all the amazing experience that you've had on your journey, getting to the point where you are now. And it must be so exciting for all of our listeners and our audience at home to have someone so experienced on the panel today to talk to us about their experiences. So social prescribing is something that's been mentioned by yourself, and it's on the program, obviously. Some of the young people at home and even some of the healthcare workers who may be working every day in the NHS and throughout the healthcare system, they may have heard this term thrown around and maybe more of a COVID, but might not fully understand what it means and what depth of things it covers. Could you talk to us a little bit about what social prescribing is?
Yeah, sure. So if you think about prescribing, first of all, healthcare professionals, we have, broadly speaking, we've got medicines, so pills, and we've got operations, surgeries. And so these are tools that we use to try and help people with their healthcare ailments. The problem is the vast majority of healthcare problems and illnesses that people have cannot be fixed purely with operation and medications alone. That totally ignores the psychological impact of an illness, plus it totally ignores the broader reasons that people get ill in the first place. So for example, one quick example is that loneliness. There's a great study showing that loneliness is as bad for your health as so many other problems that we usually associate with bad health, such as smoking a certain amount per day, having high blood pressure, having a high weight. Loneliness is comparable with these kind of risk factors for illness. So if we just use medicine and surgeries to try and help people with their illnesses, we completely miss the factors that are causing them to get ill in the first place. Social prescribing is an attempt at trying to bridge the gap between the healthcare service on the one side and then all of the broader range of support that's available for people in their communities, from families, voluntary groups, community groups, other statutory services, other services such as housing and sorting out benefits and training and employment and all of these other things that we know are massively beneficial for people's health.
Fantastic. A really great answer and a great introduction to what social prescribing is. So let's say some of our listeners at home are healthcare workers, they're working in the system and they're used to what you described earlier, prescribing pills or maybe therapies or surgeries. How can they go about knowing what kind of social prescribing to provide to their patients? Who can provide social prescribing? Is it, GPs? Is it doctors? Is it everyone across the healthcare system?
Absolutely. So anyone can do some element of social prescribing. Anyone in the healthcare service and anyone even outside of the healthcare service. If we really listen to somebody and understand what matters to them, then we can understand, well, is it really a pill that they needed, that they wanted? Is it the pill that's going to make the biggest impact for that person in their life? Or is it something else, such as joining a gardening group or joining a local football, Sunday football league, And so in answer to your question, anyone can do social prescribing, but the problem is, as healthcare professionals, we all have our own specialisms. And I logged in earlier and I think you had some physiotherapists speaking. Physiotherapists are extremely experienced specialist healthcare professionals, and they've got their own knowledge and experience. The problem is, if you then ask an experienced physiotherapist to know all of the details of all of the local community groups and elderly care groups and everything to do with the local benefit system and everything, it's too much. And so the NHS realized over the last 10 to 20 years actually that further specialists in this area of social prescribing are required. And that's why we now have, and this is since 2019, it's a requirement for all GP surgeries across the country to have access to a social prescribing link worker. Now, this is a specialist professional whose entire job it is to know everything about the local situation, what non-medical avenues for help there are for people, and they're specially trained to be able to have these meaningful conversations to understand what matters to somebody, building a long-term relationship with that person over an extended period of time, enough time to make an actual impact and help that person get to where they want to with their health and their life. So in answer to your question, anyone can do social prescribing, but it's really hard for us all to be doing it really well alongside the other parts of our job. That's why we have social prescribing link workers as the specialists in this field.
A truly fantastic answer. I can think back to some of my own experiences when I was working in general practice, and at the time we had a social prescriber brought in. At the time I had no idea what their role was, and as we sat down and we spoke to each other, I started to understand, you know, what it was that they were filling in the MDT. I realized that a lot of my patients could really benefit from their support, and I did end up referring a lot of my patients towards the social prescriber, and in my experience that benefited a lot of my patients. Unfortunately, I had to move on from general practice before I was able to see the full fruits of their work. But a question for you, you know, you've seen patients now, I'm sure, referred onto the social prescribing program and finish, be discharged from the social prescribing team, if that is the case. How have you seen this affect patients under your care?
Absolutely. It's like a night and day difference. Okay, if you think about it, let's think about I'll give you an anonymized discussion completely about somebody who's been experiencing depression. So this is somebody who spoke to me and said, listen, doc, I'm feeling really depressed, I'm feeling really low. This has been in COVID times as well. So, you know, stuck at home, and the lockdowns have ended now, but I'm still like, my life is a mess, and I've been snacking, I've been next to the fridge, so I've been eating loads of food and I've put on loads of weight, and I just feel down in the dumps, and I've, my job is a mess, and my home life is a mess. I haven't seen my family, and the person said, I think I need tablets. I think I need some tablets for depression. And I said, look, you know what? Okay, cool. Like, I want to help you. But it sounds like to me that a lot of the reasons why you're feeling low are to do with your broader situation. And so this person went on to speak to the social prescribing link worker. And then over the course of about a year, we noticed all of a sudden, this guy doesn't call the GP anymore. This guy used to call the GP all the time, and now he doesn't call the GP. So what happened? And then I ended up speaking to him about a completely separate issue. I said, listen, mate, where have you been? What's happened? He said, look, actually, with help from the social prescribing link worker, I've managed to, number one, get a job. I'm going out to work now all the time. My health is better. They've been helping me with some health coaching type of support a little bit. I've managed to engage with my family and friends for the first time. I've had the confidence to get out of the house. I've been going for walks. I've been getting out into nature. And now I'm going to start volunteering in my local, there's a gardening patch nearby. So this guy's life is completely turned around. And this is in COVID times. This is like a recent example, which is incredible, absolutely incredible. But I think my experience with social prescribing is bigger than individual case studies. What we know from the data, and this is from projects that I've been involved with, and some amazing work that's going on all across the country, is that when you start to use social prescribing link workers, use their skills, and use their talents to the best of their abilities, you see some major changes in people's health, not just of individuals, but of whole populations. There's an area in England where they've done social prescribing in a really big way before COVID, and they reduced A&E attendances by 20%. So there's 20% fewer people who felt the need to attend the emergency department for serious health problems. Can you believe it? Can you believe that
Amazing.
Improving basic things like loneliness and a basic sort out the kind of broader life situation that you have can actually have a massive impact on health. And I'll leave you with one final example from my personal experience. I did a social prescribing project in 2018, and then we tracked the health data of the individuals that came, and we found that we only saw 220 people, but 14 of them who had type 2 diabetes, their blood markers got so good that they would no longer be classed as having type 2 diabetes after a year. And this wasn't a diabetes program. This was a program looking at about healthcare behaviors, health behaviors, food, what affects what you eat, what affects how you move, your social situation, loneliness, your mental health. And we weren't even trying to help diabetes, but we helped it by accident. And this is the beautiful thing about social prescribing, is that it's one therapy or pill that can help so many things. That's the beauty of it.
Sounds truly amazing, and a very big shout out to all those social prescribers who are helping throughout the country and really improving the lives of people across all age groups, all races. It sounds like these social prescribers are doing very holistic work and really improving the lives of the patients that they're coming into contact with. Do you think that we need more social prescribers? Is there avenues for people to become social prescribers? Or do you have any information about that for those at home who might be interested in what you're saying?
Absolutely. So number one, we definitely need more social prescribing link workers for sure. And there are open avenues if anybody's out there listening and they want to learn more. So, this sounds pretty interesting. So first step, have a look on the NHS website. There's a whole kind of page there all about social prescribing, what it is and how to get involved. There is also the National Academy for Social Prescribing, NASP. And so that has a lot more information about the role, the requirements, training, how to get training, and jobs, and also even more about kind of the evidence base and the benefit of what within social prescribing actually makes an impact for people. So NHS website, first step for anyone who's interested, and second step is NASP website. These are great resources. There's so many other, there's another National Association of Social Prescribing Link Workers, National Association of Social Prescribing Link Workers. That's a mouthful, man. But yeah, so these are the kind of places that I would advise people to have a look at in the first instance. I mean, there are job opportunities all over the place at the moment. Yeah, in the NHS for this.
It sounds like these social prescribers are doing really exciting work, and who wouldn't want to be involved in really helping revolutionize the lives of everyday people in ways where they're not going to need a pill, they're not going to need an operation, they're just going to be able to make their own lives better and take responsibility for that. It sounds really exciting. And you've mentioned a lot of literature and data that supports the use of social prescribers in a wide range of ways. How do you see social prescribing growing in the future? Do you think it's an avenue that is going to grow and grow in the future here in the UK?
Most definitely. I think that the UK has taken a lead on this globally. I know that our lead in NHS England is being called all over the world to do virtual conferences and in-person conferences for other healthcare systems to show them the benefits that we found in the UK for social prescribing. This is something that can be applied globally, and I do genuinely see this expanding in years to come. The other thing I see is I see that social prescribing link workers and other similar roles evolving and specializing potentially into the future. What we've seen is, there are certain social prescribing link workers who work in specialist services. So, for example, in like mental health services or services to help people with musculoskeletal problems. So that's like bones and joints and stuff. So, somebody who's on a waiting list for a knee replacement because they've got really painful knee arthritis could really benefit from a social prescribing link worker helping them through their healthcare journey and potentially addressing some of the basic factors affecting their health. So I see social prescribers specializing. I see there being a lot more of them, and I see the evidence base getting stronger and stronger with every year to come. One of the big things, if I can touch on right now, is the fact that we have a problem in access to healthcare, right? So, you know, there's not enough appointments to go around for the population at the moment. I think that's fair to say. But social prescribing is one of these things that can really, really help. We see from the data, social prescribing link workers having impact and input with somebody reduces their GP attendance, just like the man that I talked about before. So that's fewer appointments needed for a particular person, which allows more appointments for other people, which is a win-win for everyone involved. So I definitely see social prescribing being a core part of healthcare future in the NHS and also globally.
Hearing about all the great work that social prescribers are doing, I think back to my own rotations through the hospital, through the medical journey, and in every specialty I worked in, now that I know about social prescribers, I think they could have made a real difference to many of my patients and really made their lives easier and guided them in a direction where they could, do things for their health that wasn't going to come from me or a surgery and things like that, and things that they could do every day for themselves. So really looking forward to how social prescribers and link workers really integrate themselves into the NHS. It's been very good to hear from you, Dr. Mohan. I think before you go, we'll just take a few questions from the audience. I'm just going to check, see if there's any questions for you from the audience.
Sure.
So one question from those at home is, how can social prescribing link workers support those who are currently working in the NHS?
That is a really good question for whoever asked that. So I think there's two broad answers here. The first thing is about healthcare professionals professionally helping each other with their roles, right? So, and then the second is more kind of a personal impact. So if I touch on the first point, as a GP, if I don't have the right tools in my toolkit to help somebody, then not only is that particular person not receiving the care that they need and want, but also I feel like I haven't done a good job. I feel no job satisfaction in my own role. And what we know is that when social prescribers start to get integrated and start working with teams of healthcare professionals, their job satisfaction and their work-based morale improves massively. So that's the first aspect. Having people who've actually got the right tools to help my patients is a brilliant thing. And then the second thing is, actually, if we work in really busy jobs, we've got tendency to become robots and just sit down at the desk and do loads of prescribing and do loads of consultations and then go home without interaction with people. But social, it can be,
it's true.
If you're not careful, you can fall into a rut in work. And this, I think, this probably applies to a broad range of careers. But having a team-based approach, teamwork, regular meetings, checking in with your colleagues, and then also having someone on your team who is an expert when it comes to broader wellness, really, really helps to boost your personal job satisfaction and your personal sense of well-being in the team. So there's two answers to that question. Great question, by the way.
And an even better answer. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohan. And we've got one final question from those at home. And the question is, how can we go about optimizing our own well-being?
This is such a great question as well. I mean, I would answer it in two ways. The first thing, and this is something that I often hear from patients and often talk to patients about, is kind of the fundamentals of health. If you think about it, you're speaking to the doctor, you're often just talking about the disease. You're talking about the illness. It's like an illness-based conversation. It's a problem-based conversation. But actually, if you flip that on its side and say, look, how can we actually create health, from this situation? And there's a couple of key things. Probably the first thing is your quality of relationships. Meaningful, fulfilling, positive relationships with people is really, really important for health. And that's the reason why loneliness is such a big killer. We're not having meaningful relationships with people, and it's hard sometimes. So first one is good quality relationships. Second one is your nutrition, eating well. The problem with that at the moment is that eating well in especially in England is a big problem, because the things that are on offer in the supermarkets are often food that's not good for our health. So there's an issue there, but nutrition is a really, really important thing. Another thing is movement. Your body was made to move. Exercise, we know, is one of the strongest medicines for such a broad range of conditions. And so physical activity, really, really important. And then the last two are sleep, good quality sleep, and then getting enough water, something so simple as that. So these are kind of fundamentals of health. But I think touching on social prescribing is the second part of my answer here, is that everything I've mentioned, you might say, well, look, if you've got like £1 million in the bank and you've got like a large family and everybody's happy and stuff, and then this is easy. It's easy to get enough sleep potentially, and it's easy to exercise and go to a gym, for example. But in real life isn't like that at all. And that's where social prescribing link workers really come into their own, because they can help people overcome the challenges to the fundamentals of health: relationships, food, movement, sleep, and hydration. Social prescribers can help people overcome the challenges that are preventing people to get this. If you think about it, if we, what we're doing in the health service is we are fixing the problem and then sending the person back into the situation that caused the problem in the first place. So social prescribing can help change that person's situation, which is such a powerful thing to do.
Thank you so much for that answer, Dr. Mohan. And myself as a public health registrar, it's lovely to hear you touching on many of the areas where, me and my team over at Blackburn with Darwin really work on a daily basis. And it's great to hear that the social prescribers in our area are looking at the holistic health of our population the same way that we are. We might be doing it on a grander scale, but we're really looking at the same problems and looking at health as an equation rather than a problem that we have to solve. And it's got to be a balance between all these things, between education, between nutrition, sleep, exercise. There's so many different domains for us all to master, and social prescribers are just another great addition to that team, hoping to look after our population and helping them look after themselves. So thank you once again, Dr. Mohan, for an absolutely great session. I know I learned a lot, and I'm sure all those healthcare workers and young students at home are now much more aware about the role of social prescribers, which is so important. Do you have any closing words for us?
No, just want to say, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And, anyone out there who's interested in looking at the holistic health of people, social prescribing is a great avenue for your great career journey. So have a look, NHS website, NASP website, and look forward to seeing you when you are fully qualified social prescribing link workers.
Absolutely great to hear from you. And hopefully next year we can have you back with some of your social prescribing team as well. Thank you everybody for tuning in for that great session. I know that I've learned a lot from that. We are going to now go to a short break, and we'll be back very soon with the next session. Thank you so much.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
Is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology. I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapist, speech and language therapist.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduated and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee, currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers, Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys.
We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students. So everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone. No matter what you're interested in, we will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
Each of our 14 allied health professions are unique by role and diverse in skills, So given your chosen profession and you are training to be a diagnostic radiographer, if radiography was a cocktail, what would you suggest are the key ingredients that need to be mixed together based on skills, interests, strengths that would produce the best top-class diagnostic radiographer?
So back to BMJ best practice, essentially it's a knowledge resource that answers clinical questions, but it doesn't just give any answer. It focuses relentlessly on what is important to our users. And what's important to our users is speed. They want answers quickly, within seconds. They want practical, actionable information for use at the point of care that can deliver clinical quality improvement. They want to be assured that the content that they have is continually updated and evidence-based, and they want to be able to access it on a mobile, on an app, online and offline. More about that in a second.
Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true. Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true.
For me, I think the whole issue is that when we think about how do we make the best clinical decision, there are three elements there. So one is about patients, their ideas, beliefs, and concerns and expectations. Clearly, we all want to follow evidence-based practice, but the third element is that individual clinical expertise. And I think that individual ourselves is often the forgotten bit. I think we forget the need to look after ourselves. We forget the need to empower ourselves and to feel empowered so that we can actually help our patients and use our expertise to help our patients.
Everybody always asks, well, why do I have to take BMAT? You know, why are you making me sort of do this? You've got my A-levels, you've got my application and so on. So for many medical schools, they actually have applications from a wide range of people who have all sorts of different qualifications. You know, even if we're looking at UK students, some of them will be from Scotland, they'll have hires, be from England, Wales, but also from other countries as well, and different sorts of qualifications. So the BMAT actually gives them one piece of information which is common to all of their applicants.
One of the things that is happening, and this is particularly important to say at this Health Careers Live, is that what medical schools are being increasingly expected to do is make sure that they're getting the right representation of society from their medical applicants. And that's quite a challenge. I don't want to go into detail, but what I'm saying is that we're trying to make it more equitable in terms of applications and who gets in terms of a cross-section of our society.
Each of our 14 allied health professions are unique by role and diverse in skills. So given your chosen profession and you are training to be a diagnostic radiographer, if radiography was a cocktail, what would you suggest are the key ingredients that need to be mixed together based on skills, interests, strengths that would produce the best top-class diagnostic radiographer?
So back to BMJ best practice, essentially it's a knowledge resource that answers clinical questions, but it doesn't just give any answer. It focuses relentlessly on what is important to our users. And what's important to our users is speed. They want answers quickly, within seconds. They want practical, actionable information for use at the point of care that can deliver clinical quality improvement. They want to be assured that the content that they have is continually updated and evidence-based, and they want to be able to access it on a mobile, on an app, online and offline. More about that in a second.
Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true. Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true.
For me, I think the whole issue is that when we think about how do we make the best clinical decision, there are three elements there. So one is about patients, their ideas, beliefs, and concerns and expectations. Clearly, we all want to follow evidence-based practice, but the third element is that individual clinical expertise. And I think that individual ourselves is often the forgotten bit. I think we forget the need to look after ourselves. We forget the need to empower ourselves and to feel empowered so that we can actually help our patients and use our expertise to help our patients.
Everybody always asks, well, why do I have to take BMAT? You know, why are you making me sort of do this? You've got my A-levels, you've got my application and so on. So for many medical schools, they actually have applications from a wide range of people who have all sorts of different qualifications. You know, even if we're looking at UK students, some of them will be from Scotland, they'll have hires, be from England, Wales, but also from other countries as well, and different sorts of qualifications. So the BMAT actually gives them one piece of information which is common to all of their applicants.
One of the things that is happening, and this is particularly important to say at this Health Careers Live, is that what medical schools are being increasingly expected to do is make sure that they're getting the right representation of society from their medical applicants. And that's quite a challenge. I don't want to go into detail, but what I'm saying is that we're trying to make it more equitable in terms of applications and who gets in terms of a cross-section of our society.
Each of our 14 allied health professions are unique by role and diverse in skills. So given your chosen profession and you are training to be a diagnostic radiographer, if radiography was a cocktail, what would you suggest are the key ingredients that need to be mixed together based on skills, interests, strengths that would produce the best top-class diagnostic radiographer?
So back to BMJ best practice, essentially it's a knowledge resource that answers clinical questions, but it doesn't just give any answer. It focuses relentlessly on what is important to our users. And what's important to our users is speed. They want answers quickly, within seconds. They want practical, actionable information for use at the point of care that can deliver clinical quality improvement. They want to be assured that the content that they have is continually updated and evidence-based, and they want to be able to access it on a mobile, on an app, online and offline. More about that in a second.
Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true. Whatever stage of life you're at and whatever your academic level, there will be a route in for you. And that's a really important message, because I think sometimes people think, well, I haven't got a degree, or I'm not going to be able to get a degree, I won't be able to join the NHS. That's just not true.
For me, I think the whole issue is that when we think about how do we make the best clinical decision, there are three elements there. So one is about patients, their ideas, beliefs, and concerns and expectations. Clearly, we all want to follow evidence-based practice, but the third element is that individual clinical expertise. And I think that individual ourselves is often the forgotten bit. I think we forget the need to look after ourselves. We forget the need to empower ourselves and to feel empowered so that we can actually help our patients and use our expertise to help our patients.
Everybody always asks, well, why do I have to take BMAT? You know, why are you making me sort of do this? You've got my A levels, you've got my application and so on. So for many medical schools, they actually have applications from a wide range of people who have all sorts of different qualifications. You know, even if we're looking at UK students, some of them will be from Scotland, they'll have hires, be from England, Wales, but also from other countries as well, and different sorts of qualifications. So the BMAT actually gives them one piece of information which is common to all of their applicants.
One of the things that is happening, and this is particularly important to say at this Health Careers Live, is that what medical schools are being increasingly expected to do is make sure that they're getting the right representation of society.
Hi guys, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. Thank you to Yaz and Dr. Mohan for that great session on social prescribing and ways in which we can improve people's health. Next that we've got giving us a talk is Henrietta Hughes, who is the first ever Patient Safety Commissioner for England. And as we all know, patient and their safety is sort of the core integral aspects to whatever healthcare profession we're doing. And it's quite important that patient voices are heard and we put them sort of in the centre of everything we do. But we know that sometimes that doesn't always happen, and there are mistakes that are made where patients' concerns and problems aren't really listened to. So we'll be hearing from Henrietta, will be telling us a bit about what she does and how she makes sure that patient safety is really important to us.
Hello, my name is Henrietta. I'm delighted to join you at the National Health Careers Conference. Welcome to all patient safety leaders and future patient safety leaders. Whether you're watching this at school, in the park, in church, or during a lunch break in the canteen, we want you to know that you're really valued and your experience of health and care really matters. And you could make a fantastic contribution to the NHS and keeping people safe. My role is Patient Safety Commissioner for England. This is a new role, and it was set up because people hadn't been listened to and their concerns hadn't been listened to, and they got harmed as a result. And my role is to be the champion of patients, to amplify patients' voices so that everyone gets the right information they need when they're just making a choice about their treatment involving medicines and medical devices. And if there's a problem, patients need to be able to ask questions and raise concerns and know that these will be listened and acted upon. I'm a doctor, I'm also a patient. In fact, we're all patients, either now or maybe in the future. Everyone who works in healthcare has a part to play in keeping people safe. It's not just about being a doctor or a nurse. If you're a porter, if you're a housekeeper, if you're a midwife, a physio, a hospital manager, whatever your role, you're really important in patient safety. And patient safety should be at the heart of everybody's job. If you've got an idea or you'd like to share anything with us, please use the hashtag NHS, and we can then share your thoughts after watching this video. I'd like to say a massive thank you to you for joining the conference, and I look forward to welcoming you into a wonderful career in the NHS.
Welcome back to the Prioritising Patient Safety session, and really pleased to have a really brilliant lineup of speakers today. We've got Dr. David Mayer, who is the CEO of the Patient Safety Movement Foundation, Tracy Granczyk, who's the founding director of the Centre for Narratives at MedStar, Helen Haskell, who leads patient safety across organisations as the co-chair of the Patient Safety Advisory Group at the WHO, as well as other organisations that she's also been instrumental in founding and developing. We have Dr. Raja Ratwani, who's one of the directors from MedStar Health, and Professor Peter Brennan from the UK, who is a consultant oral and maxillofacial surgeon and has published lots of work around human factors and patient safety, and also happens to be the editor of Gray's Surgical Anatomy. So really pleased to welcome you all today, and thank you so much again to Patient Safety Movement Foundation for supporting this session. I know that some of you have already interacted with them in the virtual expo. Please do say hi. Find out more about their amazing organisation and what they can do to support you as students, clinicians, patients and leaders looking to improve healthcare. So, without further ado, let's begin the session. It's great to see Tracy and Helen and David after 5 years. I last saw them in Napa in California for the Patient Safety Roundtable. Shall we begin with David? And I'll stay here in the background, and if David David will be chairing the session today.
Yeah, thanks, Rajiv. It's great to be with you and great to be with everyone here. It's really an honor to be moderating this panel. I've got 4 very esteemed guests that will be sharing their thoughts on issues that we've really uncovered since the pandemic has hit us. We all knew that there was a patient safety crisis as well as a healthcare worker safety crisis, but the pandemic has really exposed us to many of those issues moving forward. So I wanted to thank you for making it happen. Let me start, with Helen. Helen, we've been friends for a long time, and you've been an international patient safety leader for the past 20 years. I would love to hear your stories and share them with everybody who joined us today on how this pandemic has affected progress made in the patient safety arena, say over the past 10 years. Are we better off today, or are we set back, your opinion?
Thank you, David, and thank you, Rajiv. I'm very happy to be here. I think we all know that the pandemic has really been a bombshell in the healthcare system. It's, in terms of patient safety, it's just laid bare the cracks of the things, the system, the things that we've been crying about in the wilderness for decades. Infection controls at the top of the list, I think, training, really careful, diligent research into the different aspects of medical safety of medical care and drugs and devices. I think in the US, it has really exposed the folly of trying to treat healthcare as a for-profit enterprise, especially in terms of staffing and preparation. And it's shown healthcare workers, and I hope they'll heed the lesson, that these concerns affect their health, well-being, and job security as much as their patients. It's raised questions about overuse, misuse, and misdirected resources that we haven't yet really even begun to explore. And it's given us a worst case scenario of what the hollowing out of our public health apparatus can lead to. So above all, it's exposed disparities in care, especially among the different population groups, and what I would really call the cruelty of our care home systems in every Western country. I think the lesson's got to be that healthcare has to be treated as a mission, not a business, and that basic safety and preparation measures have got to be required, not just encouraged. So I'll stop there, David. I mean, that's a very high-level response, and I'm happy to go more specific.
Helen, no, that's wonderful, and I appreciate your thoughts. We've shared, you and I, conversations about the issue, and I always appreciate your ideas because you see things so uniquely, having been involved for the last 20 years. I'll turn to Tracy now, and Tracy, I'd like to start with the second question that we talked about that we thought would have merit for this program. The pandemic has exposed many other weaknesses that we've known in the healthcare systems, that dealing with socioeconomic determinants of care, access to care, populations having worse outcomes than others, you spent a lot of your career devoted to this issue, and your LitMag, Please See Me, deals directly with these issues well before the pandemic. So could you share with everyone here today what your perspectives are on how are we going to fix this? How are we going to get better moving forward?
That's a great question and a big question, Dave. And I think I'm going to answer it within my area of expertise, which is stories and narratives. And, for a long time, we've been working to tell stories that really elevated the conversation around patient harm, to make physicians better, to make patients more engaged. And we've done that with our portfolio of films like the Lewis Blackman story and the Michael Skolnick story. And over the last 10 years, I realized that there were large portions of the population that weren't able to tell their stories or didn't have a place to tell their stories. But those vulnerable populations, especially, those stories needed to be shared. So 3 years ago, after I completed an MFA, I was around a lot of people who were doing some really creative things with stories and narratives, and decided that a LitMag would be a good place for our populations, specifically vulnerable populations within healthcare, to be heard, and providers as well, who are caring for those patients. So the mission of Please See Me is to elevate the stories and the voices of the elderly, people who are suffering from mental illness, people of color, all those different populations that traditionally aren't heard in the traditional medical journals and the medical narrative and medical humanities places that had been growing. And boy, if you build it, they will come. We now are in our 5th issue, and we had a writing contest in our 4th issue to raise awareness around issues surrounding mental health. And we had 1,000 submissions, over 1,000 submissions for that issue. And it really showed me that we are in the right place, and we're only just beginning. So I'm excited for our 5th issue to come out that really is looking at heroes, and in this time of COVID and the pandemic, pointing out that these vulnerable populations have really suffered far more than I think people realized. Even though we knew that there were gaps in our care, this really elevated that knowledge. And we've got a whole section on COVID stories alone that are really showing the different disparities, socioeconomic issues in our different care places. So pleaseseeme.com is where to go to learn more. But this is just the beginning, I think, of something that has been needed for a long time. And hopefully other people will look at this model and find ways to elevate these same stories as well. But I'll pause now and we can come back to it if you like. Happy to talk more about it. It is a passion, you're right.
Thanks, Tracy. The LitMag Please See Me is just the stories and poems and narratives from patients as well as caregivers really moves me and so many others. So great work on that front, and keep it up.
Thanks, Dave.
Sure. I'd love to move to you now and start also with the second question, since we started off with issues related to the pandemic. You've done a lot of research, and you recently published a wonderful paper that talked about what can we learn from other industries in coming out of this pandemic. In particular, how do we return to elective and non-urgent type procedures and surgeries? How do we get people back for their biopsies and endoscopies that they're afraid to come back? And I think you used aviation as one example of learning. Could you share your thoughts with our audience about how we should do this correctly? And I'd be curious to get your thoughts if we are doing it correctly, or are we too urgent right now and moving too quickly?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you so much for the opportunity as well. And hello everyone from the UK. we've published about 10 papers in the last 3 or 4 months, actually, about human factors related to COVID, and so in a sense been busier than ever. I think the main thing for surgeons is not operating. So I've got a lot of my colleagues who are not operating. They've been stopped and things. So they're really anxious about getting back to work. So in aviation, we talk about currency. So if you're current to fly, and if you're not current to fly, you're not allowed to fly. And of course, for surgery, for endoscopists, for interventional cardiologists, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're not doing your procedures, you're going to become stale. And I suppose the further you move away from it, you're less likely to be expert. And it's not just your technical skills. I think I need to stress that it's your non-technical skills as well. So your thinking process, your decision making can be influenced. So learning from aviation. They've done lots and things, as you know, and time obviously doesn't allow me to talk about those, but we have just published a paper looking at currency, basically, and looking about how to ensure that you're safe during the pandemic. And if I could just summarize just a couple of points from that. Really, your currency is your expertise, your experience. So someone like myself, if I've done 300 salivary gland or parotid operations, I should be more expert, if that's the word, than perhaps a very junior trainee. You then have the risk of error on the other side, and your workload is like the meter reading, if you like. So as your workload goes up, if you have a more complex case, for example, you're much more likely to go into that error zone, and particularly if you're not as experienced, if you haven't got that wealth of expertise. So that's a freely available paper. I think it'll be published in the next week or so. So please look that up on PubMed. In fact, all of the COVID papers, as I'm sure you know, are free and easy access, and that includes all of ours as well. Thanks very much, David.
No, thanks, Peter. Like I said, great work. I just, yesterday looked at the amount of publications you have put out since the beginning of this pandemic, and you are truly a machine.
It's been busy, yeah. It's been very busy, but I'm really lucky to work with some fantastic airline pilots, with National Air Traffic, with some amazing collaborators. So I see myself as a bit like a conductor of an orchestra. Really, it's not me writing into the small hours all the time.
Well, they've been very informative and timely and much needed. So thanks. Raj, great to see you. Raj and I have been friends for many years and still work together at MedStar and many projects. It's great to have you on the panel. You're right there in the front of human factors also. You've had an amazing career, but over the last couple of years, you've really changed your focus to the electronic health record and have produced some amazing research and publications showing some positive, but all the safety issues that have been uncovered since we've rolled out EHRs. I'd love to get your thoughts on just where we are with our electronic health record, and in particular, anything that the pandemic has hit and affected us even more during these very stressful times.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dave, thanks for having me here, and great to join Peter, Tracy, and Helen. Just some incredible expertise here. So, I'm sure as many people have experienced as they've used the electronic health record and other health information technology, there are clear benefits to it. There's no doubt about that. And when you in fact talk to most clinicians and ask them whether they would want to go back to paper or continue using the electronic health record, overwhelmingly they say use the electronic health record. But there are also lots of challenges with the technology. And these have been talked about for quite some time pre-COVID. Big challenges around interoperability. So can we actually have the information that we need connected between different healthcare facilities, even between different providers within the same healthcare facility? And a big area of focus for our team has really been around usability and safety. So how does the design, the implementation, and the maintenance of the technology actually impact the kinds of errors that were made? So I'll sort of spend my time just talking about two key things. The first, pre-COVID, I'll talk about some of the major usability and safety challenges that we saw, and then I'll touch upon some of the things that have been exposed because of COVID. So pre-COVID, what we saw was really that these usability issues are impacting patient safety in two ways. First, they're indirectly impacting patient safety because the design of the technology contributes to clinician burnout. And we've seen a tremendous amount of literature on when there's a burned out clinician, the clinician is more likely to make an error impacting patients. So there's that area of focus. And then the second is the direct consequence of poorly designed EHRs and other health IT, where we see certain kinds of errors that increase in likelihood or new types of errors that happen because of the technology. And I'll give you a couple quick examples of that, and unfortunately some really horrific cases. One is if you think about the usability concept of display of information. So you always want to have an information display, the screen to be decluttered. We want our clinicians to be able to find the information that they need immediately, and it should meet the way our clinicians do their work. It should support the way they do their work. But what we've seen in many displays is that oftentimes that's not the case. So in one example, we looked at two major EHR vendor companies, and we looked at how many medications do they display when a physician attempts to order Tylenol. And what we saw is that there are 86 different results that are displayed for Tylenol. And in this particular instance, the case we were looking at was ordering for a 21-year-old male, and of those 86 options are infant Tylenol, children's Tylenol, and a whole host of other irrelevant medications. Now, Tylenol typically is not considered a high-risk medication. It's simply an example. You can imagine how much of a burden that puts on our physician every time the physician wants to order Tylenol, to look through 86 options, and it's too easy to select the wrong one. And oftentimes that slips through the cracks and actually reaches the patient. Another horrific case like this is when we look at a patient in New York, a young boy that was out playing basketball, scratched his knee, started not feeling well that night. His parents took him to the emergency department, and they ran the labs. And the display of information of the labs in the emergency department for a CBC, a complete blood count, left out the BANS value, a key value that would help in the diagnosis of that patient. And the display didn't show that that value was missing. And so the physician scanned the results, all were normal with that BANS value missing, discharged the patient, and the boy later died of sepsis. And that's just a horrific incident where pure design display of information could have at least eliminated that contributing factor to the issue. So we really need to take a step back and think about how are we using this technology? How can we optimize it? We certainly don't want it to go away, but we have to spend time optimizing it. And I'll just briefly touch upon what we've seen with COVID. So with COVID, at least in the United States, and I'm sure in several other countries, as COVID started to emerge in the United States, we attempted to put in all kinds of different rules baked into the electronic health record to help with decision-making around screening. So we'd have some basic screeners of, did the patient travel? Where did they travel to? What are the other symptoms that they have? And the amazing thing about electronic health records is we can standardize that now. So we can roll that out to all of our different hospitals and outpatient clinics, and we can start screening every single patient that comes in. The challenge is that there's no good standard way of doing that. And so some healthcare systems were able to do it very quickly while others couldn't. And maintaining that over time as our knowledge changed and we had to change those rules became a very, very big burden. So the infrastructure is only partially there. And the other major issue we see is the connectivity of information. So as a patient goes to one clinic and then to a different clinic, as their care transpires over time, there's no connectivity or interoperability. And so we end up with gaps in terms of what we know about the patient and the care that they received. And we end up with an incredibly inefficient system. So I'll stop there with those highlights, but happy to continue on later.
No, thanks, Raj. And yeah, the case you alluded to was the Rory Stoughton case, and that was heartbreaking for all of us. And his parents have just devoted their careers now trying to make a difference and raise sepsis awareness across the world. So yeah, great topic. I could talk to you about that topic for hours moving forward. But since we did jump into human factors, and Peter, you're right up that alley also. You're a very well-known expert in human factors. Give us a basic, what is human factors from a a sort of like Human Factors 101 standpoint for those in the audience that may not have heard the term used as often as we do in the safety field. And then some great examples maybe that you could share of things we do every day that would qualify as a human error mistake. I count them now, and I make about 15 to 20 a day. I always amaze myself. But share with us a little bit your perspective on what is human factors and some common errors that we make.
No, thank you very much again, David. And I loved your talk, Raj. Actually, it was superb. And firstly, I think I need to say that I'm not a human factors expert. There are ergonomics experts out there that are true human factors experts. I'm a surgeon with an interest, if you like. So I'm just an enthusiast and kind of learnt along the way, I guess. I think the clue to human factors is in the name. You can ask 100 people and get 100 different explanations about what human factors is. But for me, it's actually very simple. As humans, we live in a complex world, complex technology, complex interactions. And as you said, David, in that environment, we are liable to make mistakes. And as you said, you make 15 mistakes a day. That's higher than average. The average is about 5 to 7 a day, to be honest. So you ought to look at that. But for me, human factors is literally about those factors that influence how we behave, our physiology, our performance, how we interact with others, members of the team, how we interact with systems and healthcare, and I suppose technology as well. So, of course, the great experts are the airline pilots interacting with the technology, and that's where ergonomics comes in. So, again, we could spend hours and hours talking about human factors, but I think it's actually very, very simple. And my PhD is 272 pages. I got it last year, and it actually starts off by saying that human factors is extremely simple, and it's basically common sense application. So for me, we leave common sense at the front door when we come to work. And let me just give you just a few examples of that. How many of us go to work and don't have breakfast in the morning? That might be habit or what have you. But if you don't have breakfast, you are not physiologically correct. So you're burning ketones. And if you look at numerous studies, particularly from the States, of school children, they perform less well than school children that have had breakfast. So that would be something that I would recommend. And then lunchtime, how many of us work through lunch, or we have a long 6-7 hour operation to do, or a 6-hour ward round to do, and we just don't stop for lunch? And recently I was talking to cardiologists, and they have a 6-hour ward round and they go non-stop. And I said to them, why don't you just stop halfway through, just have a 10 or 15 minute break for lunch, have something to drink, and you feel so much better. And they came back to me and said, oh, Peter, you're a genius. It's like, I'm not, this is just common sense. And so talking about drinking, if you lose 1 to 3 kilograms of your body weight through perspiration, dehydration, and of course with the COVID situation at the moment, wearing the full PPE and things and the mask and things, it's very difficult, and you will lose a lot of perspiration. So if you lose 1 to 3 kilograms, your cognitive function falls by 20%, which is absolutely staggering, isn't it, really? So it's and of course it happens very, very slowly, so you don't actually realize that your cognitive function is suffering. So how many of us go home at the end of the day with a headache because we haven't drunk the 2 liters of fluid that we're supposed to? Common sense. Just a couple of others then. Tiredness, again, is another great factor, I think. So if you're on call, if you're doing busy operating things, and I would always recommend, if you are operating, stopping every 3 hours or so and taking a 50-minute break. And we published on that and found that you actually catch up the time and your performance improves. But if you're awake for 18 hours without any sleep, your performance is the same as if you're 2 times over the UK alcohol limit. I guess that's going to be similar. I don't know what the limit is in the States, but it's going to be very similar. So we need to take our rest and things. And finally, if you're angry, and a lot of us, particularly when we're stressed, we get into a situation where we get really tense and things, and it's very easy to shout out or shout at others and things. That you're 30 times more likely to make a mistake if you're angry. So there's a useful mnemonic to remember, and that's me finishing now. It's HALT, H-A-L-T, and what does that stand for? Obviously that means stop. HALT means stop, but HALT stands for if you're hungry, if you're angry, if you're late or lonely, or if you're tired, just stop. Step back from what you're doing, take a few minutes to rest and to reconsider. And even if you're operating, there's very few instances, unless you've got a massive hemorrhage or an airway issue, when you can't stop just for a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, just to step back and think about things. That's all I've got time to say, I think, David, but thanks again.
No, thank you, Peter. And maybe sometimes I confuse my errors each day with sometimes senior moments and forget things more often. But Raj is a great talk on the 3 different types of errors that we make. And a great example, and I'm always reminded of his talk, is I probably do it 3 or 4 times a year, is every night I get up, I set the coffee pot, I put water in it, I put coffee in it. And so when I wake up in the morning, I just hit the on button and I go and, come back out and my coffee's made. There's at least 3 times a year where I've got clear water because I forgot to put the coffee into the filter. I do it every day over and over again, yet something that night distracted me. And
it's usually distraction, isn't it? Which is the thing. And there's this great thing about multitasking, and people say I can do this and things. And the answer is we can't. We're not built to multitask. And you're a great example of that, David, I think.
I am. And it's just, and
we all are.
You do it once and you say it's an error, and okay. But when I did it the second time, like a few months later, it was like, come on. I mean, haven't you got this down?
It's common sense. It's common sense.
It's common sense, but we do it every day, and it happens every day, unfortunately, at the front lines of care, and it's good people that are just being human. So, Raj, I want to go back to you since we're still on the human factors before I go back to Helen and Tracy. The EHR companies are huge companies. I've spent time in my career dealing with some of them. You've been battling them for, ages. Tell people some of the things you're doing behind the scenes, because sometimes large tech companies just don't want to change as quickly as we need them to change. So, you're doing some amazing work. Could you share it with everybody? Because it really is outstanding.
Well, thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. It certainly is grueling, and so I'll take any compliments when I can get them. First I'll just take a step back and say we focus on these large electronic health record vendor companies, tech companies all the time. We do need to recognize that there are several issues that come to play with the technology. And so there certainly are design issues and things that stem from those companies, but there's also decisions that we're making as healthcare facilities about how we train our staff, implementation decisions about how the technology looks, et cetera. So, we always describe this as there's shared responsibility. Everybody needs to be contributing here. But certainly vendors and those companies are a big part of this. So if we take a step back and we look at least in the United States, how some of this unfolded, it was the 2009 HITECH Act that put $40 billion into the US economy that really helped these companies grow. And that $40 billion went to hospitals and other healthcare facilities that were adopting products, but we have to recognize that that was basically a pass-through, right? Because the healthcare facilities and hospitals were then paying for those products. So overnight, there was this massive shift to everybody wanting to buy EHRs, and really 2 big companies kind of came out of that, Epic and Cerner. And there are different corporate cultures there. There are really big challenges with helping them see the safety side of this. So much of our work for the last 5 or 6 years has been, part number 1 is to demonstrate the impact of poor design usability on patients. We put a short research letter in JAMA several years ago showing that direct impact. We then figured, gosh, we need to really push Congress on this, so let's show it with children. And I always feel funny saying that, but sometimes the only way to move Congress in the US is by showing that children are impacted. So we partnered with the Pew Charitable Trust and 2 other major children's hospitals, and we showed, sure enough, these systems, the design of these systems is having a significant impact on children and injuring and killing children. We're still not getting the policy moves that we need to. So we've testified in front of Congress on these issues, in front of the US Senate. We've been working with several senators and members of the House to try and move legislation. Very recently, we got one big win, and this is when I say we, I mean the broader community here, which is in the United States, again, many of the contracts between healthcare facilities and EHR vendors has what's called a gag clause, which means you can't actually share pictures and screenshots and videos of these safety issues that are critically important that we highlight. Which means if you have a patient that's injured at a hospital in Virginia and a hospital in California is potentially having the same issue, you can't actually share a picture, screenshot, or video demonstrating the issue. So there's no transparency on these safety issues. Very recently, that was within the last few months was pulled back. So now we're going to begin to open up some of the conversation. But the key actions we have to take as a community is that's just the start of this. We now need to make sure that we get a central database where we can collect all of these and make sure that people are reporting on these issues, whether it's a near miss all the way to those that are causing harm. And by the way, it's not just in the US. These products are in Australia, they're in the UK, they're in many other parts of the world. And many of the design of these systems is very, very similar. And so you could even imagine having a global database of these events. So step one is we need to get all of these issues reported and into a central database. Step two, and this is where we often miss with reporting systems, is we actually have to do deep analysis of these reports and roll out those findings very, very quickly so we can make changes. And we've been trying to work with the federal government to try and get that reporting system. We haven't had any luck there at all. And so I think that's where we have to really think about maybe it's a public-private partnership to get this done, or trying to work with some vendors and other stakeholders to create something where we can get these critical issues reported. And I'll come back to that case with Roy Staunton. That issue is still not fixed. And in fact, most people don't even know that that issue exists in the very systems that they're using, not only in the United States, but in several other countries. That just can't happen. And so we have to do everything we can as key stakeholders in patient safety to make sure that this information is communicated.
Raj, keep leading us in the right direction, and maybe one day we'll get them to listen, but great work. I'm going to go to Helen before finishing with Tracy. Helen, you and Rosemary Gibson and others taught me very early in my career the importance of the patient and family voice and everything we do around quality and safety. And we made that a big mission at MedStar, and making sure that everything we did, we made sure that we checked with patients and families on were we doing it correctly. Our Candor program, we would have gone way off the tracks and done it wrong if we hadn't brought you and others to the table to help us design that program. Where are we today, Helen, in your mind, with bringing the patient and family voice into the conversation, into boards, and helping us make quality and safety better?
I think we've made a huge amount of progress. When I look at it, there's so much that we didn't have when I started in this 20 years ago. So we've got patient voice and governance. We've got patient engagement councils, patients involved in design. We've got a lot more transparency. We've got more ethical treatment of patient harm, as you mentioned. And we've got, systematic processes, evidence-based medicine that patients know about. Patients did not even have access to the literature. I mean, this was all a black box and sort of a closely held secret 20 years ago. So we've made a lot of progress. And to me, the most important part of everything that we've done in patient safety is really patient engagement, the patient and family voice, because it's the one thing that has the power to turn medicine on its head. Don Berwick said something like, if you center on the patient, everything else will follow. And we have not always centered on the patient. I think one of the things that happened in COVID, which was really sort of an existential crisis for me, was that patient engagement and, to a varying extent, patient safety were just shunted aside as though there were luxuries that really nobody had time for if they were getting down to the serious business of medicine. And I think that was a terrible mistake. I think it accounts for a lot of the harm that we have seen, that there was nobody there to care for these patients in a lot of cases in care homes and in some hospital wards, and nobody there to sort of watchdog what was going on. So I think it's an opportunity for us. I don't think that will happen again. Patient groups were stunned at the rapidity with which that happened, but they're beginning to organize now, and I don't think it will happen again. And I think, just lastly, as Raj was saying, technology holds so much of the answer. And part of what we really have to look at is big data, and big data from the patient perspective. The patient's the end user. There's often a huge difference between what patients think is the outcome and what their physicians think is the outcome. And it is the patient's voice that matters. That should be obvious, but it isn't always obvious. So we need to get the patient-reported outcomes to serve as a counterbalance to data that we're getting from other places. And that data really is available. It's coming into being in the private sector generally. That presents its own set of issues, but I think it's going to really be salvation.
Thanks, Helen. I always love your perspectives as somebody working with the WHO, IHI. You work with so many organizations to make sure the patient voice and family voice is incorporated in whatever comes forward. Tracy, finish us off. Stories, narratives. I've learned through my career that I can bore the heck out of anybody with PowerPoint slides. But the best thing is a story or a narrative that grabs the heart, the emotion, that people remember. Tell us a little bit about the work you've done through your career and stuff that me and Helen have done together with the group.
Yeah, Dave, thanks. I think you and the people talk. Stories connect the heart with the head, and we've been saying that for over 10 years. It really, began the Tears to Transparency series that I mentioned earlier. It was Black story and Black story. You can write the book. We decided to do a film that told those stories, really to improve care so that patients and providers could both connect on a deeper level, but also be more aware of the experience of the other. And I think that's one thing that's worth really well is that you can't live everyone's experience, but you can gain empathy by hearing stories of people who aren't like you, of patients' experiences providers haven't had, or patients understand where providers are coming from sometimes. And our short film was one of those short narrative films in our portfolio across the years, as you mentioned, that can be found in us their narratives out of our mechanized quality and safety. But that short film was really intended to, connect patients and providers on the level that people first, they see me as a person before you see the other patient and provider. So, stories, they connect the heart and the head, but they also are tools for change. And that really came up in this discussion too. You mentioned that, tech companies are, reluctant to change. It's so important right now that safety be embedded in the technology that's coming, whether it's EHR or telehealth. And I think stories and narratives, as you mentioned, pitch in a way that data doesn't. It puts a face to all the data. And while my portfolio is grown over the years to elevate capabilities in various areas of healthcare, to move initiatives forward, be it sepsis or just culture, I think it's become far more
because Helen's mic's not on mute.
have the power to change the way people think without kind of like sneaking.
Thanks very much for that, Tracy. I think the line isn't as clear for some reason.
And they can try and refute it, but if you hit them in the heart, they're gonna think differently because you're gonna move them. You're gonna also help people feel empathy. That has a different effect than data.
I think the line isn't as clear, unfortunately, on the connection.
And this COVID pandemic has really showed us that we have a lot of work to do. And the stories that are going to come out of the pandemic, I think, are really going to be the things that.
Okay.
Thanks, Tracy.
The line is a bit unclear there, Tracy, but we'll be sure to redirect everyone to the amazing work that you've been doing, and especially around capturing those narratives. We'll be sharing those handles on the page. I'll just pass over to David for some closing comments on what's been an excellent session to round off the summit.
I just want to thank everybody. A great panel. Peter, Helen, Raj, Tracy, great thoughts. I hope this was valuable to everybody. I learned a fair amount and just listening to everybody today. Finally, I just wanted to, on a little bit of a selfish note, let people know, as Rajiv asked me to, I am now doing a virtual walk across America to raise awareness about healthcare safety. Sorry, I just got out of the shower. My hair's all wet. The group of us did 12.5 miles in Denver here, and going to do another 12.5 and looking to raise awareness in the Denver community. But over the last 4.5 months, I've walked over 900 miles, which gets me about a little over a third across the United States. And I'm going to continue to draw attention. You can follow me at the hashtag on Instagram and Twitter at Walk4PT Safety. So that's Walk for PT Safety. Every day I walk in memory of a patient or a caregiver who's lost their life due to preventable harm. We now have over 400 people around the world who are walking during these days from Great Britain, Mexico, Australia. So please follow all of us, and together we can raise more awareness about the safety crisis.
Thank you so much to Henrietta and all the speakers for that session. It was great to hear your insight, and I'm sure there's a lot learned for all of you listening, as these are really important issues to think about in our health careers. We're now going to have a short 10-minute break, guys, so we'll see you all very soon. Hi guys, welcome back. So now we can join global leaders, patients, health and care professionals, learners, experts and wider stakeholders to improve healthcare and health education for all. Health Career Live South Asia will continue our aim of building living bridges between communities, providing a novel platform for hybrid digital memorandum of understanding to improve local and global health.
I'm Adrian James, I'm the President of the Royal College and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby and I'm the Careers Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
Hello everyone, my name is Faisal Nawaz and welcome to Health Careers Live Middle East. Today is an exciting day for all of us as we have a promising lineup of speakers and panelists to discuss some of the key topics and events that revolve around Health Careers Live. Just like our previous successful events, we will be bringing on the speakers to come. Before we move forward, I would like to let you know we have our chat box to have any comments or questions during the session from our viewers, as well as our social media handles at Health Careers Live, as well as hashtag Health Careers Live to keep your discussions going, and any questions you have, our team is more than happy to welcome them. As the exchange lead of Health Careers Live and an international medical graduate based in Dubai, I welcome you all to Health Careers Live South Asia, and I hope you enjoyed today's sessions. Before we come forward, we'd like to also thank our key partners from NHS HAE, GMC, and the Health and Care Professions Council. And in terms of the speakers joining us today, we have Rachel and Kim representing GMC and the HCPC, as well as Dr. Sridevi, who would be coming in after their talks conclude. So before any further ado, I'd like to welcome our speakers and how they shed light on the importance of international medical graduate training and what the GMC and the HCPC contribute in terms of the care for the NHS workforce.
Hello there. Are my slides up yet showing Faisal, do we know?
Yes,
there we go.
Slides moving in. Yep. The stage is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Rachel Woodall, and I'm something called the Regional Liaison Advisor for the General Medical Council, which I'll explain a little bit more about as we go through today's session. But delighted to be part of this event and also showcasing some of the work that we've been doing for a number of years now in relation to supporting international doctors who are new to the UK. We know there are lots of challenges. Many many, many opportunities, and it is such an important contribution that those who qualify outside of the UK bring to the UK Health Service. So delighted to be involved in this event and that you could make time to join us today. So I'm going to take the first part of the session, and then Kim Tolley from HCPC is going to join afterwards and explain a little bit about what HCPC are doing in relation to their registrants. But at first, I'm going to explain what the General Medical Council, the UK regulator for doctors, have been doing in relation to the support that we're providing. And the aim for today's session, really, over the next 20-25 minutes or so, is for you to understand a bit more about what GMC resources are available to ensure a good start and maybe explore a bit more before you even arrive in terms of becoming a doctor in the UK. There's lots of support out there, there's lots of information, but we also know there's a lot to navigate in addition to moving your life to a different country and everything that comes with that. Obviously, moving your professional practice as well into a different country can have many different ripples in terms of things that might need to change or adapt. So hopefully you're going to become familiar with things to go and look at on the GMC website. Hopefully you'll have a little list by the end of things you want to go and explore. And in particular, I'm going to give you an overview of our free half-day session that is offered to all doctors joining the UK register, called Welcome to UK Practice. So we'll do a little taster session of that so you can have a look at what you might be signing up for if you were to join the register and attend one of those. In relation to my role, by background, I'm a solicitor. I used to be involved in clinical negligence matters, defending those, and also have worked in-house in the GMC in the Fitness to Practice team there. But really excited to be part of the Regional Liaison Service when they were first formed back in 2012, which is more about coming out and engaging proactively with those who we regulate, unpicking some of those challenging areas and maybe some misconceptions around things as well. So we are a team that is based both regionally and nationally in the 4 countries of the UK. And our role is to help improve understanding and awareness of what the GMC do, how we do it. But importantly as well, a lot of our time is spent exploring some of the more challenging professional and ethical aspects of being a doctor. And challenging areas in particular, things like consent, confidentiality, even things like navigating use of social media. And we do this predominantly through teaching and engagement workshops, which pre-COVID tended to all be in person, although since COVID, obviously a lot of things moved online, pretty much everything, and now we're doing a mix of things, which is brilliant because we've adapted to delivering things like we are today in this format. And also an important part of our role is not just for us to be here in broadcast mode, even though we are largely in that today. In general, our role as well is also to help gather and share insight. And I suppose when people ask, how are the GMC connected to those on the ground, to doctors working in hospitals and GP practices, one of the ways is through us as a service, because we come in locally and deliver things, whether that be into teaching or training that's already happening in an NHS trust or other ways that teaching might be delivered. So it's about bringing kind of the GMC to you and helping you explore some of these difficult ethical areas. So in terms of how we do that, a lot of our work is delivering workshops, and some of that might be things that are kind of a standard 1 hour on a core topic. And you can find all information on our website if you ever wanted to understand a bit more about what we offer. We do offer some other more tailored things as well. So we have a full day session called A Day in the Life of a GP. But one of the things that we've also developed, which has been hugely successful and taken up, importantly, a large amount of our time in the team as well in recent years, is our Welcome to UK Practice programme, a session specifically aimed at those who are in their first year of joining the medical register in the UK, although it is open to others who want to attend as well, who may have missed that window initially. So we'll explore a little bit more about Welcome to UK Practice, but I think one of the most fundamental things that we do in Welcome to UK Practice is explain a little bit more about the GMC. So very, very briefly, I'm just going to do that for you today. I'm not going to go into great detail on this given the time that we've got, but in a Welcome to UK Practice, if you were to sign up, we would go through all of this on the left-hand side. So we commonly refer to this as our kind of jigsaw slide explaining our core functions at the GMC. GMC. And these are the things that are set out in law in something called the Medical Act as to what our roles are. You can also find a whole host of information on our website about all of these different areas, because when we talk about Welcome to UK Practice and supporting doctors new to the UK, I'm really aware that Welcome to UK Practice largely focuses on our standards. So that bit that sits in the centre here. And it's not by accident that it sits in the centre, because our standards, the guidance that's in place to the profession, to doctors, is so important in underpinning all of these other areas. So today, for example, I'm not going to cover a great deal in relation to registration, but I'm conscious that some of you might have queries and might be starting to explore that. So I would highlight that if you go onto our website, follow the blue bar at the top, and if you just click on registration, you may have already found there's lots of useful pages there, there's videos, and there's lots of frequently asked questions sections for the common things that we'll hear when people are considering coming to the UK. There's a page specifically dedicated to doctors coming from outside of the UK who may want to consider coming to work here. So just to highlight, you can find more information there. But importantly, when we talk about our standards as well, it is important to highlight that they do have a role as well in relation to fitness to practice. And we know that there can be a lot of fear sometimes and misconception around fitness to practice. But in terms of the standards that are issued to the profession, medical professionals are expected to act in line with that guidance. And if they seriously or persistently don't follow that guidance, and there's no particular justification for that, and particularly if, for example, that puts patient safety at risk, that might be something that we need to look at in our fitness to practice processes. The vast majority of things can be dealt with locally and do not ever need to come up to the GMC. But it is important just to understand that when we talk about GMC guidance and standards, it is actually something that if you register as a doctor in the UK, you are expected to act to that standard and to follow that guidance. So why do we need a Welcome to UK Practice course? It was actually all the way back in 2012 that we called for some form of standardised induction programme for doctors who were new to the UK. Every year we publish an annual report called The State of Medical Education and Practice in the UK. They are all available on our website for every year if you wanted to explore them further. But in relation to State of Medical Education and Practice, one of the things that had highlighted, for example, is that doctors who qualified outside of the United Kingdom actually faced some particular challenges and were more likely to be complained about by employers. So they were more likely that employers would refer them to the GMC. And that is something where a lot of further research has been carried out in relation to what more can be done to support here. And importantly, what are the dynamics that are playing into this before something even gets to the GMC, but is happening at a local level. And it probably won't surprise you to hear that some of the factors that came out involved how integrated people feel when they join the UK for the first time, or join an NHS trust, or maybe move round a different employer each time they move round. Is there a risk that perhaps they're seen as an outsider? Is there a risk that there might be challenging work environments that they're in? Is there a risk that there might be challenges in relation to the colleagues that they're working with, and those understanding the challenges that this individual might have, but also the benefits and strengths that they bring as well. So it's been felt for some time that there needed to be something in place to support doctors new to the UK. There's so much to get to grips with in terms of things that might be different in the UK in relation to your medical practice. So we first piloted this as a full day course, and it ended up being reduced down to a half day course to make it easier for more doctors to attend. And the Welcome to UK Practice course can't cover all of those things that we know that are a challenge when moving yourself to a different country to practice. There are so many challenges, not just related to your clinical practice, but moving your whole life to another country, visas, navigating financial systems, opening bank accounts, so many things. But actually, there really importantly are some aspects that we can help with. And some of those aspects are around the things that I just talked about on the previous slide. So in particular, the guidance that's there to support you and navigate navigate you through some of these ethical areas, for example. So that's why we put together the Welcome to UK Practice course, and we've been running it for around the last 10 years or so, and fantastic now that it is also built in as part of the standardized induction program across NHS England, that area. So it's something that's been rolled out across all 4 countries of the UK and is available, and sometimes different employers were already doing a more enhanced induction, but Welcome to UK Practice is something that might be offered to you locally if you were to join, but it's also available to any other doctor who joins. So any doctor who joins the register, starts that process of registration, you will open something called a GMC online account, and via that GMC online account you can actually go in and book yourself onto a Welcome to UK Practice session. At the moment, most of them are still running online, but there are around 2 to 3 that are available every week to log on to sign on to. So the access is really easily there. And as I said before, sometimes if you're joining a particular trust or in a particular locality, it might be that actually they've asked one of us to come in person, and we might be delivering this to you in person. So worth asking when you're looking into that as to whether it's something you should log on and do yourself, or whether it's something that might be provided as part of your wider induction. So in terms of Welcome to UK Practice, as ever, our website has a lot of information that will help you navigate and understand a bit more about this. And lots of the tools are available to anyone, so you don't have to log in or have an account yet. It's all publicly available on the website, including, for example, on the right-hand side there, a top tips blog from Dr. Murad, who attended one of our Welcome to UK Practices. You can also see there you can actually book your place via GMC Online, some guidance around how you go to do that. And we also cross-reference to videos that explain a bit more about the course and some of the things that you would explore across that half day, acknowledging that giving up half day of your time is potentially quite notable when you've just started somewhere, but employers should support you to do this. The support is not just the half-day workshop either, which is delivered by regional liaison advisors like myself and some of our associates who, certainly through the number of these sessions we've now delivered, are experts in the GMC guidance and just the shock of coming to practice in the UK. But in addition, there's also a free online self-assessment tool, and anyone can access this. So it sits on that Welcome to UK Practice page, and you can complete that yourself. It gives you different ethical scenarios. It asks you, what do you think the doctor should do in this situation? You get given the choices. You say which one you think is most appropriate. Then it will give you the right answer. And what it will really helpfully also do is at the end, it will give you an indicator as to where are your strengths guidance-wise, but also perhaps where are some of the challenges, where are some of the areas where you might really need to go and spend a little bit more time exploring that guidance. Okay, so that might be quite useful for refining kind of any further work that you want to do in getting used to the GMC guidance and what's expected. So, does it actually help? Does attending this half day, apart from you doing it, does it actually help? Does it assist people? Well, the feedback we get is phenomenal from this course. It's one of my favorite things to deliver because the feedback that we get live in the session is phenomenal. And also the questions that we get are brilliant. It's such a fantastic opportunity for you to speak to someone from the GMC in maybe what seems like a friendlier way in terms of you feeling at ease to ask your questions or things you've always wondered about. And you can see from those statistics there, which is just from a couple of years ago when we did a last kind of full round before COVID of feedback. You can see in terms of figures like, would you change your practice as a result of attending? 91% of people said that they would actually change something in their practice as a result. It's also not just the feedback forms that we collect. We have actually had an independent study from Newcastle University carried out, which took place over quite a significant period of time, which involved interviews with participants, questionnaires, follow-up work 3 and 6 months after as well. And this noted significant improvements to the understanding of GMC guidance, and also even at a 3-month follow-up period, those who had intended to change their practice, it had actually led to changes as well. So we know that it is helping. It doesn't necessarily cover all of those challenges, as I mentioned before, that we know are enormous when you move to a new country to practice, but does show that this is something that can assist, and obviously is something that's there as a free resource, is definitely something you should access if you are coming new to the UK to practice as a doctor. So I'm just going to now take you through a little taster of Welcome to UK Practice. It's a full half day, so we cover really quite a lot in it. And we always start the session with a little bit of getting to know you, getting to know who's in the room, whether that's a physical room or a virtual room. And that can take a different amount of time, really depending on the size of the group and the dynamics. People might already know people really well if, for example, this is one that's been held locally. And what we'll spend some time in the session doing as well is exploring and reflecting on people's experience in coming to the UK. And we play a video that's around 10 minutes or so long with a number of different doctors who qualified outside of the UK, sharing their experiences. So things that they wish they'd known, sharing things that, some things are quite, almost fun in terms of them getting to know accents and dialects. It's one thing to be able to speak English, but across the UK, we have some very different dialects. We have some very different accents as well. So that can sometimes be kind of a lighter talking point along with the weather, but also sharing things like just how exhausting it is to concentrate in something that's a second or third language all day. The challenge of getting used to so many new abbreviations, particularly in the NHS as well, getting used to the structure and the job roles and who does what job roles and how the team dynamics work. Sometimes that can be very, very different from the type of hierarchy or other system that you might have had in other countries. So the Things I Wish I'd Known video is a really useful video that we then try to use as a platform for sharing some tips. So we'll always open it up and say, what really resonates with you from this? And then we try to get people to share some tips as to what they've done to assist around that, or maybe things that have been recommended to them as well. We also share a few tips as well that we've come across through our years of delivering this as well. And what we also then move on to is thinking about ethical scenarios and putting GMC guidance into practice so that you can see how useful this is. It's not just a list of do's and don'ts, it is about what does good practice look like. So one of the activities that we do is called Always, Sometimes, Never. And this can differ if we're all physically in one room. Pre-COVID, it used to involve people moving around the room, and we'd say that corner is always, this one is sometimes, that one is never, and people would move around the room. And it was a good way of getting some activity as well, potentially in across a half-day session. But now we tend to do it using online voting and chat function. So what we do is we give a scenario, like, for example, one that I've put on the screen here, and this is one that we discuss in the sessions. And we deliberately start off with something that actually is quite a small thing, potentially. Someone offering a gift of chocolates. So a patient that you've been treating, would you accept them always, sometimes, or never? And I'll just give you a moment to think what you might say. And we always say that if you're saying sometimes, we will ask you in the chat, or if we're in the room in person, to just say, what does that depend on? Because actually what you'll find in many of these ethical situations and in a number of areas of GMC guidance is sometimes it's very clear, sometimes there's a yes, no answer. For many of them, there may be it depends on certain factors as well. So I'm just giving you an example from a recent vote that I did in a session on this question. So sometimes we can have quite a mixed response on things, and we'll then unpick, so what is the right answer? Obviously taking you to the relevant extract from the GMC guidance, because that's quite important in terms of taking you through this and you becoming more familiar with the GMC guidance. And we unpick the paragraph. So for example, this one starts off with a you must not, and must is the highest level that we would state things in GMC guidance. So you must not ask for or accept. And then it goes on to explain any gift or hospitality that may affect or be seen to affect the way you prescribe for. So it starts off with a must not. You don't expect gifts. It's not something that should be requested, but it is something where there might be a balance around, but could it be small enough that it might not affect or be seen to affect the way I prescribe for, treat or refer patients? Is there a difference, for example, in a box of chocolates that maybe costs £4 or £5 as opposed to somebody handing over a cheque for £100? Does value affect the way it may be seen to affect the way you prescribe, treat for or refer? And we'll unpick all of these things in the session. So something that starts off as maybe quite a small ethical scenario about accepting some chocolates or not, the types of discussions that we will go on to have can be really quite rich around this. And we always highlight as well the importance of people making themselves aware of local policies. Anywhere that you work in the UK, whether it's in an NHS trust, a GP practice, there will be a local policy around many different things, but one of the things there would be is a gifts policy as well. Never surprises me the richness of the conversation that we can have on some of these shorter scenarios. We also go into some more complex scenarios as well. So we use a number of different video scenarios, which helpfully kind of breaks up the day as well in terms of having different formats and different ways that we deliver the session. So this is the GMC waiting room, and I will take you and show you one of our video scenarios. So this is Mr. Hughes, and I'm going to play that for you now.
Whenever I feel afraid, I hold my head erect and whistle a happy tune, so no one will suspect I'm afraid.
Let's get you back to your feet, okay?
Shivering in my shoes, I strike a careless pose and whistle a happy tune, and no one ever knows I'm afraid.
Come on, careful now.
The result, I whistle.
It's good. There you
I
go.
whistle.
Careful. There you go. Take a seat. Come on, take a seat. There you go. Okay, sit back. Sit back. Relax. Are you calm?
Whistle.
Are you calm? Okay.
Whistle.
I'm gonna get the doctor for you, okay?
Whistle.
Okay.
Whistle. Whistle. Whistle.
Everything okay?
Doctor, I was wondering if I could talk to you about Mr. Hughes, please.
Yes, of course.
Well, Mr. Hughes is quite confused and agitated at the moment.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
Yes, well, he keeps wandering off and he's making a lot of noise. The other patients are being disturbed and some of them have complained. I was wondering perhaps if a sedative might be appropriate to help calm him down a bit and keep him quiet.
Okay, hopefully that video played okay for you. So what we normally do at this point is open it up to the room and ask people to vote, would you give Mr. Hughes the sedative as requested? So Mr. Hughes is the male patient there who's singing away, maybe causing a bit of disruption to the ward. Some of the other patients aren't unhappy about the noise and the disruption, and obviously they're not feeling well themselves. But a request for a sedative from the member of nursing staff there. So I just want you to think to yourself, would you give Mr. Hughes the sedative as requested or not? So we normally get people to vote in relation to that, and we can get a really quite mixed response to this one. We only ask for a yes/no response, and then we unpick some of the factors. But this is a really important scenario in terms of unpicking some really fundamental aspects in terms of delivering care in the UK and how decision making works. Because we don't just go and do things to patients. We certainly don't go and do things to patients that aren't something that isn't of clinical need or in their interests. And if they have capacity, mental capacity, which the legal starting presumption is, they do have capacity if they're over 16, is that they have the right to make that decision for themselves. If there's anything to indicate they might not have mental capacity, in the UK, there's a very set framework. It can differ around the 4 countries of the UK. For example, in England, it is a Mental Capacity Act that lays out really clearly the structure that needs to be followed. And in particular, how you would then go about assessing capacity. There's a very specific way that it has to be done. So this scenario touches on the fundamentals of decision-making and consent. consent, even the basics about thinking, you need to go and assess that patient as well. Do you know what is going on for this patient? It was mentioned that they're confused and agitated. They're singing, they seem fairly happy. Are they? Is that normal for them? Is there something else going on? And then work through kind of the decision making and consent process for anything that you did think was indicated. However, it's very unlikely that in this situation, a sedative would be the most appropriate option. So if you look at our good medical practice in prescribing guidance as well, we take attendees through this in detail because actually there is some absolute gold in there in terms of covering this situation, and if you got this request, why you might need to challenge it back. We also highlight things like our ethical hub on our website. So the assessment of mental capacity, we know that even for those who've graduated in the UK, this can still be quite a challenging area. So there are lots of resources to support on the GMC website. This one, for example, has videos that are involved and very simple to understand ways that we break down how you might go about assessing capacity if that was needed. And then importantly, what do you do if somebody is determined to lack capacity? So we could spend ages kind of going through into those areas, but I just wanted to give you a flavour of the types of things we start to touch and explore. And again, we always leave you with kind of the right answer in this situation. These are tiny little snippets. There may be wider information that could sit around the actual scenario itself. But fundamentally with prescribing, for example, you should only prescribe medicines if you have adequate knowledge of the patient's health. And importantly here, you are satisfied they serve the patient's needs. So that's the patient's needs, not other people's needs. And you can see paragraph 65 gives more information there, very specifically that you must not prescribe medicines for your own convenience or the convenience of other health or social care professionals. This comes direct from our guidance and gives a specific example around the prescribing of sedatives for the convenience of caring for patients with dementia in care homes. So you could see that actually the guidance itself would help lead you to the right answer in this situation. And hopefully the Welcome to UK practice session would also help make you aware of the full range of that, so that at least you were aware there's a piece of guidance that I can go and check in this particular situation. Of course, in addition to any support and advice you would get from colleagues at a local level. So we spend most of the session exploring our ethical guidance, and I suppose I just want to highlight that all of that's available on our website. It is the best way to access it. If you scroll along the blue bar at the top of our website, go to ethical guidance. It's all there, whether it's something like confidentiality, end-of-life care, or whether it's something like use of social media or acting as a witness in legal proceedings. There's over 30 different pieces of ethical guidance to support you in your practice. We also have something called the Ethical Hub for particular hot topics, or where it's a theme that cuts across a number of pieces of guidance. We pull out what's relevant for you in the Ethical Hub. And also just want to highlight for any registration queries that you have as well, we have some really useful pages online as well, because we've not been able to touch on that in particular today. I also wanted to just end by saying it's not only us, there's some fantastic resources out there that are freely available. Anyone could go and explore these now. And the British Medical Association have a really useful toolkit for doctors who are new to the UK. And their toolkit also includes things to do with visas and contracts, things like that, that the BMA are in a position to assist with as well. So I just wanted to highlight there's quite a lot of resources there. So thank you very much. That was a whistle-stop tour of kind of why we have Welcome to UK Practice, where it came from, and a little overview, a little snapshot of what a taster of the session is. So please do sign up to it if it's something you're offered, if you do pursue registration. And if you're still thinking about maybe coming to work in the UK, go and have a look at some of those web pages that I've highlighted, because there's lots that you can access before you even register with us. So thank you very much, and I'm going to hand over to Kim Tolley now.
Hi, thanks Rachel for passing over to me. Thanks ever so much. So let me introduce myself. I'm Kim Tolley. I work for the Health and Care Professionals Council as a professional liaison consultant, but basically that means I do a very similar job to Rachel at the Health and Care Professionals Council, which, as you know, regulates 15 professions, from physiotherapists to occupational therapists to art therapists, music therapists. So lots of different professional groups, as opposed to the General Medical Council that regulates doctors. So I'm a nurse by profession, and I love working in regulation because I think it's a real opportunity to make a difference to people. And my particular interest, like Rachel's, is supporting registrants who are new to the UK. So I used to work for the General Medical Council, and Rachel and I had the joy of doing many sessions together with international registrants, international doctors. And when I joined the Health and Care Professionals Council, I was very well aware that we also need to support international allied health professionals who come over from other countries and join the register. So I started a program very similar to Welcome to UK Practice. But firstly, you've seen what the GMC do in their statutory requirements. We do exactly the same, but just to explain that we register about 400 to 700 allied health professionals from international countries other than the UK every month. We welcome them to the register, and we're delighted that they join us, as Rachel was from the General Medical Council. They make a massive difference to the National Health Service, and they make up allied health professionals who come from overseas make up about 17% of the workforce in the NHS, as opposed to doctors from overseas who make up about 26%. So registrants generally who come from overseas make a massive contribution to the UK NHS, and we want to welcome you. And as part of this welcome, as Rachel said, is joining sessions such as the Welcome to UK Practice programme, but the session running similarly at the HCPC is called Joining the UK Workforce. And like the General Medical Council, we have standards and guidance that our registrants have to abide by, and I've just flashed those up on the screen there. You can read them online, and we look at those standards and what it means to be a registrant in the UK and the differences between working in the UK and working overseas. So it's a very similar programme to the General Medical Council programme. So we do monthly virtual sessions. We target newly registered registrants who get an email from the Health and Care Professionals Council, and we've met about 1,000 participants so far. We've also done our first in-person event, and that is Shri up there, who is an international registrant himself, who came to talk to international registrants who joined the register. And we partnered with a trust also for a sort of cross-regulatory event later on this year, where the General Medical Council, the NMC, the Nursing Midwifery Council, and us are doing an in-person event for registrants who are new to the UK register. So we think it's really important. Both Rachel and I are really committed to the support for registrants when they join the UK workforce. So this is what we cover in our session. It's very similar to the session that Rachel's brilliantly explained, and I love the fact that Rachel showed one of the videos that I used to use at the General Medical Council all the time. So we look at what it's like to work in UK healthcare. We look at some of those everyday ethical dilemmas. We talk about reflection, but ultimately it's also about getting to know each other, because it's really important that the registrants in the room or in the virtual room get to know each other, because you're all new to the register. So these are the countries that some of our registrants come from. You can see there that we have a lot of registrants from Nigeria, from India, from the Philippines, from Pakistan, and that reflects very similarly the General Medical Council doctors that come from a variety of countries all across the world. And that's what makes the sessions so interesting and so enjoyable. We used to love doing them in person, where we could stand and have a coffee and listen to people's journeys, but the virtual world is allowing us to meet the needs of lots of international registrants, which is great. So we also do Sometimes, Always, Never, exactly as Rachel does, where we get to, this is Jo, who is a physiotherapist by trade, and Jo makes an error, and she forgets to refer a patient for another service. So she realizes she's made that error. She makes the referral straight away, so the patient wouldn't even probably know unless she told the patient. And we get, exactly like Rachel did with at the General Medical Council, we get registrants to think about whether they would tell the patient that they'd made a small mistake in a delay in referral, or they would do that sometimes, always, or never. And that's really looking at something called the duty of candour, and being one of our standards, which is called being open when things go wrong. So that's quite a nice way of talking about the duty of candour and the importance of the duty of candour in UK healthcare. So we talk about the types of duty of candour. There you can see professional and the statutory duty of candour. And if these are new terms to you, it's worth looking on our website, because we've got some information about that. Also got a video that you can watch about duty of candour, and some links that you can look at that as well. We look at saying sorry. We look at saying sorry and how you say sorry to patients. And those are just one fantastic report from NHS Resolution that talks about saying sorry. So you can see here how we're beginning to look at the differences in terms of things like raising concerns, duty of candour. Rachel already talked about prescribing differences in the UK as opposed to other countries. So it's really important that you recognise that we're not criticising practice in other countries, but what we're merely saying is sometimes it's different in the UK, and that's what we wanted to talk to you about in our sessions. So talk about ways to say sorry, and you can see I'm flashing up a slide there that talks about different ways to say sorry, and we unpick all those ways and think about how we say things in the UK. Think about record keeping as well. So I'm actually going to come off sharing my slides if you don't mind, Faisal, if that's okay. I just wanted really to talk about a few other resources that we've got at the HCPC, and Faisal and his Sunny is kindly going to put links to the HCPC website on the chat, so you can see I'm part of the professional liaison service. So if you want to contact me, you can find our email on the professional liaison service web pages on the website. So you can contact me and we can talk about other things or other support that the HCPC can give you, and other support in relation to things like joining the UK workforce. Brilliant. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Shri, who's going to talk to you about her experiences of being an international registrant. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from you, Dr. Shri, and hearing about your own experiences.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much to the organisers. Thanks for Raj to inviting me to speak, and thanks so much to Kim and our previous speaker as well. Really, really important stuff that you all need to know. So I'm going to say a little bit about me. I'm going to give you some tips as well about how I guess my career in the NHS has been, and some of the things that I've learned along the way. So I'm Indian born, but I did actually train in the UK, and trained at Imperial, and then I went on to study psychiatry at the Maudsley Hospital in London. I did my PhD there as well in bipolar twins, and I went up and down the country for several years whilst I was also doing my training in psychiatry to find these twins with bipolar disorder and put them in a functional MRI scanner so that we could see the genetic loading that they might have around their neuroemotional processing. And at one point, I think we had the largest collection of twins in the world. So anyway, I went on, became a consultant psychiatrist and a senior clinical lecturer. And it's very interesting about why I moved from medicine, which was my first, general medicine, my first interest, into psychiatry. I really wanted to speak to patients, and I found that in my medical work in general medicine, I just wasn't having time to do that. Whereas in psychiatry, we talk to patients a lot. There's a lot of continuity of care, particularly in my specialty of rehabilitation psychiatry that I've chosen. So I guess my first tip to you is, find what really interests you, find what you're passionate about, because then that will make it easier for you to excel. Why do you want to choose a particular specialty or a path? What will that give you? How does it align to your values, fit in with your life? What do you want your life to have stood for? So those are all important questions that don't go blindly into what you want to do. Think about it in depth and in detail. So then it was pretty tough, doing my PhD, carrying out my training, and also having a family. I was also at that time doing other things like writing a textbook and so on. So lots of things at the same time. And my second tip to you would be form a great support group around you. So important. A peer group of people who are working with you. And also I would suggest getting a mentor as well, and a coach. There is quite a few of the trusts now around the country, and various people offer coaching. And that's really to get you to know yourself better and develop your own skills, challenge your growth, raise your ambitions, all while you're kind of living true to your values. And also in time, a sponsor. So I'd look that up if you don't know the difference between a mentor and a sponsor, someone who will speak up for you and support you in your progress. And what I always say is build a mutual fan club, actually. You know, you help others that you really appreciate and think well of, and equally you get that support and help as well. Then I went on to work in the Royal College of Psychiatrists at a national level at the executive in my particular area, which is rehabilitation. I went on to become the chair of that. And that was fantastic. I learned so much about international conference organizations, national policy. How does one engage and influence politicians and also whole sectors to make national policy change? And how do you make sure that you're not having unintended consequences as well? You know, sometimes when you tweak something in one place, things change across the board, and to make sure that that's not having a deleterious effect somewhere else. And also setting national standards. So I was really kind of privileged to win Psychiatrist of the Year for that work over the course of many years, and very surprisingly also to me was awarded a Commander of the British Empire by the Queen, which was wonderful. And it was really wonderful to be able to appreciate my parents and my other supporters, actually, because anything that you succeed in is a team effort. So it was a surprise and a huge privilege. So my third tip then is to look up and outwards, to stay curious and always be learning and make connections. And when you're speaking with others about your passions and working together, you can really lead to incredible synergies and impact even more greatly for those that you're trying to help. I then went on to work in medical management for a little bit, associate medical director for my trust. We have about 300 consultant psychiatrists and about 5,000 staff there. And then went on to a national paid leadership role with NHS England, so that I'm the national clinical lead for mental health rehabilitation. And that's been incredible work, getting data from all around the country, all the trusts, and benchmarking them to see where people are doing really well, seeing where there's what we call unwarranted variation, and helping people to learn from one another so that you can up-level services across the whole of the country. So that programme of work is still ongoing, and the spend in this area is around £550 million per year by the NHS. So by doing this work, we can improve patient experience and safety, we improve clinical outcomes, and because we are getting it right first time for people, we're able to save money in the process as well and develop better services, which mean that people can have local care rather than having to be sent far away for these specialist services. And really all my work over the years has involved raising the profile and cash for mental health care so it can be improved and be more on a par with physical health care too. And in line with that, I've moved on to become a chair of a board as well for something called the Association of Mental Health Providers, which is about 300 strong membership of charities in the mental health sector across the country. So really trying to make sure that they are sustainable, that the good work that they're doing is recognised, and that they also have a seat at the table when it comes to policy, when it comes to being funded, etc., centrally by government and local authorities. So just to kind of draw to a close, as a senior clinical leader a few years ago, I got to the brink of burnout. And it really is three-pronged, and I could see all of these in action. I could see the internal factors became more apparent, what was going on with my line manager, and the factors that also contributed from my organisation. And it was very interesting to me, actually, as a psychiatrist, but also as somebody who'd been leading for the Royal College of Psychiatrists on workforce wellbeing for a number of years before this. So I used evidence-based methods to bring myself back from the brink of burnout. And what became really, really clear to me was that the support that staff get needed to be stronger. Okay, the well-being support. Leaders need training as well, so that we can get the working culture right, so that they're not part of the problem. And what I did, I trained as a coach and I still run leadership development programs through the Live Well Mastermind. And I also then developed now something called the Key Life Indicator Plan, or CLIP Global, as it's known. And that was really through the support of the NHS England Clinical Entrepreneur Programme. I felt really strongly that staff needed improved support, and it needed to be holistic, preventative, personalised, and that's what we've developed. We've been getting some incredible results with that, with people coming back to work after being off sick, with stress and so on when other things haven't worked, and literally people saying, thank you for giving me my life back. And people staying in the profession rather than leaving as well, after they thought this is enough, I'm going to leave the profession. So that's been really incredible and a privilege to be able to bring the service to people and see that sort of change. And others have had other improvements, for example, improving the way that they communicate and get on with their colleagues, which has meant again that they've come back to enjoying work and staying in work rather than leaving. Other people have done things like getting back to exercise and running half marathons again. Others have improved their relationships at home, which has reduced their stress, and they're coming to work more happily. So many different kind of ways that we've supported people to improve. Really, the people have set their own goals, and then we've been able to support them through that. And so what I'd say there is my kind of tip at the end is keep evolving. A portfolio career where you've got your interests and passions at the heart. You can see all of these things are kind of linked through my career so far. And that's, I think, where you really can bring to the fore your strengths and bring to the world your sort of innate interests and talents. And each of you, every one of you listening, has those. And as a coach and somebody who has done this work through CLIP, I absolutely know that. I see it every day in people kind of evolving and developing what they're good at, and by doing so having a greater positive impact on the world. So I guess my wish for all of you is that you're able to find that for yourselves, be it in the UK, in our NHS and healthcare service, or wherever you're working. So I want to wish you all the very best, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Shri, for the talk and for just sharing, I think, immense life experiences that give us a breadth of freshness in a time where we need such insights. At the same time, I'd also like to thank our speakers, Rachel and Kim, who've given us a very comprehensive overview of sort of the welcome to UK practice, but in general, the efforts behind bringing together medical education for the international healthcare community who are interested to join the UK, be it at the moment or they might be already as part of the workforce, and this could help them bring their passion to life. So all in all, I think the event really brought together some excellent work being done from the GMC and the Health and Care Professions Council. And at the same time, we've got this inspiring story to take home with us from Shri and her work at CLIP. So thank you, everyone, from our speakers and our viewers who've tuned in today. I hope Health Careers Live South Asia was representative of the views and the interests of our audience on a global scale. And as we know, the South Asian Heritage Month just concluded a while ago, and efforts and events like these help us bring forward and continue the legacy of the inspiration that the South Asian community and the international wider medical community brings to the healthcare world. In terms of our viewers, if you have any further comments or questions, feel free to use our hashtag HealthCareersLive, and our emails and our social media handles are available to reach out to our speakers in the future or learn more about the upcoming work in terms of the National Health Careers Conference in September, as well as other exciting events in the making. Thank you again, and have a nice day.
My name is Mark Radford. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for Health Education England.
I'm Sarah. I'm a neurosurgery trainee. I'm currently working in Cambridge.
I'm Adrian James. I'm the President of the Royal College, and I'm really delighted to be here.
My name's Abby, and I'm the Careers Information and Quality Lead for the NHS Health Careers team. I hope to be able to get across to you some of the amazing opportunities within the NHS.
We have got podiatrists, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists.
So we're going to talk about good medical practice, we're going to talk about protecting patient safety.
Because of the restrictions, because of remote working, because of the lack of face-to-face contact, because we have to manage patients a different way, we've had to think differently about how we manage this work and how we use technology.
I'm in London, so good to see you. I think we've got Ian here as well, haven't we? Hi, Ian.
Hey guys. We are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future.
It's been really interesting hearing all your top tips. I've got my list now. I can pack my bags. I'm going to wear my seatbelt for safety, but I am going to look out the window ahead of me and enjoy the trip.
It's just about us finding the greatness within us and bringing it out and being our best self.
See you at Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live. Health Careers Live.
Health Careers Live.
It's been a brilliant day bringing together so many different organisations, healthcare professionals, students from across the UK and beyond.
It's an amazing opportunity to learn about such a huge range of health careers. We hear a lot about like medicine and dentistry, but we don't often hear as much about the 350 roles within the NHS, and that's something that as a conference we hope to try and challenge, to get people to think beyond the courses that everyone knows about.
There's something for everyone, and it's from like undergraduates for students, all the way up until people who are graduating and are working.
We've got AHPs, we've got aspiring medical students, dental students, nursing students, so everyone's represented here.
It is designed to have something for literally anyone, no matter what you're interested in. We will have a talk that covers it.
This is a brilliant programme that brings together so many different professions within the healthcare community, and it's one that should definitely be on everyone's calendar.
I guess that what I want to say this evening is more of a summary of what's been said today, rather than a specific issue. So what I just hope to cover, if I can, is just to consider, just for a little while, the National Health Service in the UK. It's now 72 years of age, and is, if not quite the oldest, it's certainly the largest universal health coverage system in history. I also want to think about what it is to learn, really, and what we need for our workforce of the future, and really consider whether the way in which we've traditionally taught people to become health professionals is adequate for what we need over the next 25, 30, 40 and 50 years. And to supplement that, I'm going to talk about my own particular job role, which is around global learning environments. And just to do a little bit of introduction, I'm Director of Global Engagement at Health Education England. You heard from Mark Radford earlier on today, who's the Director of Nursing at Health Education England. Health Education England is the workforce arm of the National Health Service, and we are responsible for ensuring that the workforce is of the right quantity and the right quality to deliver the care that our population demands. So thinking about the NHS at 72, we obviously are faced with a series of real difficulties, and we have a population which is getting older, and people who get older are developing more and more chronic disease, and it's not uncommon to see quite fit 80 and 85-year-olds who have managed a whole series of diseases over a lifetime. Certain non-communicable diseases like diabetes are rising. We know about the problem with obesity, which is not just a problem of adulthood, but also of young people. And the complex morbidity, of course, is matched with the fact that people are not dying as early. Because of the demands on the National Health Service, we have ended up in a position where we have a significant nursing and doctor shortage. And you don't need me to tell you, because it's all over the news at the moment, that as well as the current unprecedented, really, global pandemic, we're also about to face the pressures of a winter. This, of course, will always lead, and we've heard earlier on today, to issues around mental health of staff, and never has it been more important for us to think about how to look after our own staff. We are, of course, not alone. The World Health Organization thinks that we're likely to need to train an extra 12.9 million healthcare workers by 2035 worldwide. And just to give you an example, in India, they believe that they need to train 3.5 million healthcare workers before 2022, because the demand is doubling 2 or 3 times in every generation. Our current workforce is really huge, and I'm enormously proud. I'm a surgeon by profession. In fact, still practice 1 day a week, and I'm incredibly proud of working in such an incredible organisation. If you think about what the NHS does, it delivers care free at the point of contact to some 60 million people, and has done for 70 years. It employs about 1.4 million people directly in over 200 different professional groups. We have over 100,000 doctors, 350,000 or so qualified nursing staff, as well as vast quantities of allied health professionals and scientific staff. It is an incredible piece of machinery which manages to achieve some of the highest outcomes in terms of treatment of disease anywhere in the world. So fundamentally, I'm a medical educationalist, and that's where my background lies. So I just want to ask you to consider a couple of truisms, really, about learning. The first of these is that if you read any book about learning, they will tell you that there are 3 components to it. The first is the curriculum, which is what we learn. And we're all very familiar with curricula. We've been used, no matter what stage in your career or education you are, you will be very much aware of curricula. But actually, in healthcare particularly, curricula is only a very small part of our learning, and we know from studies that the most important thing in developing health professionals, or the two most important things in developing health professionals, are the person who they watch and observe and who directly interacts with them in a day-to-day basis, and perhaps more importantly, the clinical environment in which they learn their trade. And it doesn't matter whether you're a speech therapist, an art therapist, an allied health professional, a paramedic, a doctor, or a nurse. Your clinical experience of learning is the thing that will have the most powerful effect on you in terms of your working life. Now, this is a little bit of a complicated diagram, but I suggest to you that you've heard many very successful healthcare professionals during the course of the day. And many of them, and our last two speakers were no different, showed images of when they first qualified and made comments about the clothing and what was required and the number of healthcare professionals around and what healthcare professionals did. And every one of them acknowledged that their job had changed completely beyond recognition over this period of time. And so there is no reason to suppose, in fact, there's every reason to suppose that the rate of change that we expect of our healthcare professionals today is increasing all of the time. So if we teach somebody a skill now, it's almost certainly not going to be the same skill that is required in 5 years, and definitely not the same skill or group of skills that are required in 20 years. And increasingly, we at Health Education England have recognised the importance of equipping people for a change in healthcare environment. And you'll notice that the circle on the left tries to sum this up. And we've spent, I guess, the best part of 400 years, certainly in medicine we have, and certainly 200 years in nursing, teaching people competencies and skills, the outside bit of this circle. But we're increasingly aware that it's actually the inner circle that is most important. We need to equip our healthcare professionals with emotional intelligence, with an ability to lead, with ability to be culturally sensitive and competent, to be resilient, to be able to adapt to resource changes and resource poor settings, to communicate well, and that whole notion of flexibility, so that whatever is required of the healthcare system in 2, 5, 10 or 25 years, we have a workforce that can adapt to that requirement. Now, one of the things that we have become increasingly aware of is that in order to excel as a health professional, it is insufficient just to be exposed to teachers and learning environments within the NHS. And increasingly, we are understanding that in order to create a healthcare professional with all of those metacognitive skills that I mentioned, like resilience and adaptability, we need to extend their learning experience to other learning environments, not just other learning environments within the UK or our own country, but actually learning environments within other countries, other healthcare economies, low, middle, emerging economies, and other Western economies. We have recognised that by doing this, our healthcare workers improve their productivity. We can improve recruitment, and I'm going to give you an example of that in a minute. We know that, I come from the cusp of the baby boomer generation, X generation, who think about their careers very differently from those people who were born within the millennial generation and Generation Y. And we recognise that there is much more of a shift towards portfolio learning, where individual learners really want to experience as much as they possibly can during a lifetime of learning. So as a consequence, global learning and working within a global context is in more demand. We know, and there's increasing evidence, that those skills that we want to develop are developed more efficiently when you are put out of a standard comfort zone of a clinical learning environment within the NHS and inserted into another healthcare economy. It's also a cost-effective way of treating our staff, and it increases their satisfaction and prevents them from leaving the profession. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 3 examples of global learning, and hopefully they will interest you. And if you are interested in a health professional, you have to, I think, come to terms with the fact that it is highly likely that both during your training and in your postgraduate practice that you will be asked and encouraged to change your healthcare learning environments to global learning environments at certain stages during your career. So the first example I'm going to give you is a short video. It's only 3 minutes long, and it gives an example of a program that I personally have been involved in now for over a decade. Can we roll the video, please?
The Global Health Exchange was created by Health Education England. A combined think tank and incubator, our job was to explore how to support the NHS workforce through global learning. It's hard for health professionals to be world class if they only learn in their local area. So we had an idea. What if by giving professionals international experience, we could help grow the NHS's contribution to global health at the same time? It was a complex vision, but the model we designed was simple. First of all, we would partner NHS organisations with healthcare organisations in lower income countries. Then we would recruit a mix of long-term volunteers, short-term volunteers, trainees and undergraduate learners to visit them. They would share expertise and develop key skills, whilst also arranging for staff in those countries to visit the NHS here. Working alongside partners such as the Tropical Health Education Trust, Global Health Exchange has helped to make that idea a reality with amazing results. One of the best examples is northern Uganda. After the ceasefire in Gulu in 2007, staff at the only hospital were ready for some help. Global Health Exchange set out to help them get back on their feet and drive down the high neonatal and maternal mortality rates. Since then, around 400 NHS staff have visited as volunteers, trainees or learners, expanding their professional knowledge and personal development and bringing those experiences home. We've collaborated with Canada, the USA, Australia, Denmark and Italy to bring strong relationships with the local community and welcomed hundreds of Ugandan healthcare professionals to work and learn with us in Manchester. But most importantly, we've helped reduce neonatal mortality from 90 per 1,000 to 40 per 1,000, and maternal mortality from 300 per 100,000 to less than 100. NHS patients have benefited from the knowledge, skills and competencies our staff have brought home from Uganda. We're now measuring and evaluating this to do even more in the future. The Global Health Exchange has a wide range of opportunities for NHS staff of all ages and backgrounds. So if you'd like to develop yourself in your career by working on one of our projects, get in touch. And if you'd just like to find out more, visit globalhealthexchange.co.uk.
So 2 very quick other examples before I finish. We have had a problem in the UK recruiting general practitioners. General practice training is a 3-year program. So one of the things that we have offered is a 4-year training program where year 3 is spent within Africa delivering healthcare in the community in Africa. We have managed to attract several hundred extra GPs per year through this program. And then finally, global learning, of course, occurs in both directions, and we have started to attract significant numbers. In fact, there will be well over 800 nurses this year and several hundred doctors on similar global learning pathways coming into the NHS to learn about the NHS, how the system works, and how we in the UK deliver healthcare, so that experience and learning can be taken back to their own countries. All of these things are done with educational partnerships, and we haven't got enough time to go into these, but having a partners or multiple partners with institutions and regions across the world creates a co-development spirit, so that through global learning, both health systems are strengthened. And the final thing really I wanted to say, and this is unique about healthcare, is that if you look at world expenditure on healthcare, we spend about 75% of it on human resource, on our workforce. And that, if you think about pharma or defence or the financial section, only about 15% of their expenditure is on workforce. And the reason for this is because healthcare is focused specifically on people. And not only on people, but also on relationships. So I am absolutely delighted to have been honoured really to talk to you all today. I'm very, very excited about those of you who are going to enter the profession, and those of you who have spent all day listening to some really quite amazing journeys. And I just want you to bear in mind that we as people in the UK are not the only people who are facing problems, but actually through sharing those problems, we can become the health professionals that are required for the globe and for the NHS in the future. Thank you.
And welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much to our last speaker for an absolutely great session. I know all you at home were absolutely taken back by some of the amazing content they were sharing. And that is actually going to be our final speaker of the day. What an amazing conference it's been. How have you found it, Bridget?
I have learned a lot, I have seen a lot, and I think it's just been good to sort of see the different aspects. You know, it's been very nice from, like, you know, people wanting to be a healthcare professional, people that are a healthcare professional, and just also the internationals as well, and just learning a bit about what it's like to work in the NHS and sort of going forward. How have you found it?
Truly amazing, and it's so great to hear from everyone at home, asking all those questions and letting us know how inspired they feel about all the speakers. And speaking about the speakers, you know, over 30 speakers from such a wide array of professions. You know, I've learned about parts of the system I didn't even know existed until today. And I think that's a lot of what the Health Careers Conference is about. It's about raising awareness about parts of the system where we need more people to be in, and highlighting the amazing work that members of our workforce are doing, as well as expanding to talk about other countries and their healthcare systems and what's going on. Do you have any final thoughts from today?
Yeah, I think it's just obviously everyone to keep working together, keep sort of supporting each other, supporting the patients, and just, I guess, continue to develop and continue to do your best.
Absolutely, and I would definitely agree with what you've just said there. It's been truly amazing, and I feel really inspired by what we've done here today. And thanks to all of you at home who have tuned in for, 2 days of non-stop, real, groundbreaking information. And I hope you've been able to take some things away from this, to all the universities, the colleges, the schools, to all the allied health professionals and everyone else. To finish off, we'd like to quickly do a round of thanks to those people, those partners and individuals who have been truly amazing and really supported and encouraged our program.
Yeah, so we've obviously got some few organisations that have worked with us over the past few years. So we've got the GMC, the NHS, Health Education England, NMC, we've got Becoming a Doctor, we've got the Explosive Group, we've got Allied Healthcare Professionals, we've got the Royal College of Physiotherapists, the Royal College of GP. There's just been so many people that have supported us and, funded us and just kept us going through, making this conference one of the best conferences we ever had, being able to provide you guys with so much information, so much learning points, so much things to think about, and just want to say a big thank you to all of them, and I hope they continue to support us.
And I would be in complete agreement. Thank you so much to all those people and organizations who have helped us. And now to thank a few individuals who have truly supported us as well. So there's Andy Burnham. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate that. There's also Graham Brady. Very nice to hear from you. And thank you so much for your support as well. There's Stephen Powers. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and we really appreciate your support. And of course, there's Kalish Chand and Jed Bryan, who we've just heard from just previously. Individuals like you who are, have substantial influence and power supporting this conference really shows us that we are doing great work and allows us to reach so many thousands more people. Before we do end today, we do want to let you guys know as well about the feedback forms which are on the site. So if you please could just take a few seconds out to check on those. They really help us grow the conference and keep it running every year.
Yeah, and it will help us to sort of deliver more things that you guys want to see and let us know what's working well, what's not working so well. So, the next conference we run, we can make it more catered towards you and deliver what you do want.
I'd also like to give a big thank out to all the speakers, all the team here at Healthcare's Live Career Conference, all the background staff as well who have worked tirelessly for the last few months to bring this conference together to people all over the world, all of our global ambassadors. The list of people we could thank are countless. And there's so many other organizations and people who have helped us from behind the screen who haven't been named today. And be reassured, we will be reaching out to you guys over the next few days and weeks with our many thanks. And thanks to all those who have tuned in as well. You guys, you are the future of the NHS, and we're doing this for you, essentially.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for not only tuning in, for also participating, contributing, sort of making us let your voices be heard and giving us things to really think about. Thank you so much for that.
Just to let you guys know, the conference in 2023 is going to be held in July in collaboration with the NHS's 75th anniversary. So that's when it's going to be in 2023. We hope to see you all there, and we hope that many more people will be joining us from around the world. To do that, we're going to need your help, so please keep tweeting, keep sharing, keep tuning into the site whenever you can, and make use of all this information that we've got available for you guys, and add your own. If you've got speakers who want to take part next year, let us know, and that would be absolutely fantastic. And that's a big thank you from all of us over at the Health Careers Live Conference. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, see you in 2023. Bye.
Welcome to Health Careers Live.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in Altrincham, where the National Health Careers Conference first started 5 years ago. And since then, it's been doing a fantastic job communicating to many thousands of young people the great spectrum of different opportunities there are in the National Health Service and in the wider health sector, giving those young people the wonderful opportunity of fulfilling careers, serving the community, and helping to make our country and the world a better place.
Young people from around the Northwest have taken part in an event to make jobs in healthcare more accessible to students from all backgrounds. Universities and groups, including the British Medical Association, held workshops at the conference in Trafford, which was organised by volunteers.
Well, I think it's the right idea at the right time, because Brexit, whatever we think about it, will pose challenges for the National Health Service in terms of workforce. And as a country, we will have to get better in the next 10 years at training more of our own doctors and nurses, and we'll have to make it easier for young people to find a route through after school, through university, into the NHS. So this is something that I take a great interest in, and I think we need to make it easier for people to make that progress onto the ladder and work in the NHS. The scrapping of the nursing bursary, the trebling of tuition fees has made it harder for people from less well-off backgrounds to nurse or to become doctors, and we need to open up access for them. So this is a great initiative. Happy to give it my support, and I really look forward to seeing the conclusions of it. Overall, I think we need to do more of this to help young people work in our NHS.
See you at Health Careers Live. Say that together. No, 1, 2, 3. See you at Health Careers Live.
Yes.
Here we are live at the NHS Parliamentary Awards, and it's so great to be here with Professor Stephen Powis.
Hello, my name is Stephen Powis, and I'm the National Medical Director of the NHS in England. Now, believe it or not, it's probably nearly 45 years since I started working in healthcare as a medical student, but actually I did a few summer jobs packing cotton wool balls, 5 cotton wool balls into a sterile packet for use in operating theatres as a summer job. And I've worked in all sorts of jobs ever since, obviously mostly as a doctor in lots of different hospitals. And I finally got to become National Medical Director, which is a real honour and a privilege. But if you wind back 45, 50 years, I would never have imagined that I could have had such a wonderful career in healthcare. It really is the best thing that you could do, because fundamentally we are here, I am here to help others, to help fellow citizens and people at their most needy time when they are ill, and also ensuring, of course, that they keep well. And of course, you don't need to be a doctor. There are literally hundreds of jobs in healthcare. Of course, there's nurses, paramedics, but there's also porters and cleaners and informatics experts who make sure that all the IT is working and that we're looking to the future of artificial intelligence and all those things you read about. So whatever your background, whatever your interests, there is a career for you in health. And I would really encourage you, because it is the most wonderful career to have and the best possible place to work.